and places at the Assembly may appoint and shall meet at least once in every year at Arusha in the United Republic of Tanzania and at a time to be determined by the Assembly. Now therefore, this Assembly do resolve as follows: that pursuant to the provisions of Sub-Rule 5 of the rules, or of Rule 10 of the rules cited above, the Assembly shall hold its sittings in the Parliament of Kenya from the 3rd to 20th March 2024. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Do you have seconders? The board has seconded. Thank you. Honorable members, I propose that Honorable Ngole Mashaka, have you justified your motion?
Mr. Speaker, according to the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, Article 55 provides that the meetings of the Assembly shall be held at such times and places as the Assembly may appoint. According to this article, this Assembly is given power to decide on the places and the time for these meetings to be.
Oh, nice dashboard.
Thank you.
What's your secret, man? Nimekuwa nikitumia Tropical 2-in-1 car dashboard polish since I bought the car. Just spray, wipe, and your dashboard looks as good as new always and smells fresh. Haijawai parara. With Tropical 2-in-1 car dashboard polish, your car dashboard looks new always, fresh and shiny. Available in 4 exciting variants and in all leading supermarkets from Tropical brands.
The fastest way to get all reliable sports news and features. Download the Mozart Sport app or visit www.mozartsportke.com.
Of the Treaty and Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure, do resolve to hold sittings in the Parliament of Kenya in the Republic of Kenya. Debate is open. Honorable members, I put the question that this House, pursuant to the provisions of Article 15, Item 1, Number 1 of the Treaty and the Rule 10, Item 5 of the Rules of Procedure, do resolve to hold sittings in this Parliament of Kenya, in the Republic of Kenya. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Item number 4 on the order paper, proclamation by the Speaker.
Honorable members, amidst us today is His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of Republic of Kenya and member of the Summit of East African Community Heads of State. I also recognize the Right Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya, and Right Honorable Amason Jeffa King, Speaker of the Senate of Kenya. I have, in accordance with the provisions of Article 54 of the treaty, invited His Excellency, the President, to address the Assembly. I now proceed to make the following proclamation to welcome His presence in the Assembly. Whereas Article 54, Item 1 of the treaty provides that the Speaker of the Assembly may invite any person to attend the assembly, notwithstanding that he or she is not a member of the assembly, if, in his or her opinion, the business of the assembly renders his or her presence desirable. And whereas, in the opinion of the Speaker, the attendance and presence in the assembly of the President of the Republic of Kenya is desirable in accordance with business now before the assembly. Now, therefore, it is with great pleasure and honor on your behalf, honorable members, to welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, in this assembly. Given under my hands this Tuesday, 5th day of March 2024.
Order number 5, address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, starting with welcome remarks by Speaker Viala.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Chairperson and members of the East African Council of Ministers, present here, I recognize the Minister from Rwanda, I recognize the Minister from Kenya, I recognize the Chair of the Council, the Minister from South Sudan. Thank you for being there. Secretary General of the East African Community, Cabinet Secretaries of the Republic of Kenya present, honorable members of the East African Legislative Assembly and the Parliament of Kenya, permanent secretaries and the senior government officials in attendance, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, our sittings in Nairobi will run from 4th to 20th March 2024 at the Parliament of Kenya. We are indeed honored to have you amidst us, even your busy schedule. I welcome you to this special sitting, and your presence here today exemplifies the deep commitment you hold to the East African community. Thank you. Thank you for positively responding to our invitation. Your Excellency, as you may know, the term of this assembly, which is the 5th assembly, commenced on 19th December 2022. On that occasion, we were joined for the very first time by our colleagues from the DRC. Very soon, we shall have members from Somalia. Allow me to thank the summit for the vision of an expanded EAC. With Somalia on board, the bloc now has 8 members. All in all, I have a very good team of MPs of the IALA of the 5th Assembly, and I'm particularly blessed that the Kenya sent to IALA a very seasoned, knowledgeable, and hard-working team. They are led by their chair, Honorable Hassan Omar. We have Honorable Zipporah Kerin, Honorable Kanini Kega, Honorable Suleiman Shabal, Honorable Kennedy Kalonzo, Honorable Falada Iman, Honorable Winnie Odinga, Honorable Maina Karobia, and Honorable David Sankrok. Your Excellency, we also have members from different chapters. I would like to invite the chapter from Burundi to stand up for recognition. Then we have chapter from DRC, Congo. Please stand up. Thank you. Then we have chapter, Rwanda chapter. Thank you. Then we have South Sudan chapter. They are very tall, eh? Then we have Tanzania. Thank you. Then we have Uganda. Thank you. Your Excellency, our sitting in Kenya is based on our desire to bring the Assembly to the peoples of Kenya. This is provided under Article 55 of the EAC Treaty, that the Assembly should have sittings in the partner states. We are therefore grateful to the leadership of the Republic of Kenya for graciously accepting to host us. Special thanks are also conveyed to the Right Honorable Moses Wetangula, the Speaker of the Kenya National Assembly, and the Right Honorable Jeffa Amason King, the Speaker of the Senate of Kenya, for according us very excellent facilities. Your Excellency, our forefathers supported the idea of rotational sittings because it enhances the visibility of the East African community, it increases public awareness, participation of people in the integration process. It also serves as an opportunity to enhance cooperation with the national assemblies of the partner states in line with the requirements of Article 65 of the treaty. It also provides an opportunity for head of states to speak to East Africans of the region for a united and prosperous EAC. As EALA, we shall also tap into your wisdom on integration. Your Excellency, during our sittings, we shall consider 5 bills, 8 committee oversight reports, 9 questions to the Council of Ministers, 3 petitions from the EAC citizens, 6 motions for resolutions of the Assembly, and a report to amend the EALA rules of procedure. We shall also engage in joint activities with our brothers and sisters of Parliament of Kenya in order to foster deep cooperation amongst our institutions. We shall also embark on outreach and sensitization of the people of Kenya, particularly through the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, the Parliamentary Youth Caucus and interface with Kenyan traders on cross-border trade. Members will also grace the International Women's Day celebrations in Embu County, while some will visit the Maasai community in Narok County. Honorable Sankok, you invited us. Your Excellency, before I conclude, allow me in a special way to thank you in person and the Parliament of Kenya, as well as the ministry responsible for EAC affairs, for being the lead partner state in completing her subscription to EAC by 100% and in a timely manner. I also wish to commend you for your able and visionary leadership, which has enhanced the visibility and the development of Kenya. Under your leadership, we note the positive and close working relations you have had with the leadership of both houses of Kenya Parliament and to us, and this explains the progress you have as a country. On matters of peace, security and unity, you have done very well by championing homegrown solutions to issues that affect our partner states and the region. For example, we all saw you recently with the Honorable Raila Odinga working side by side with President Museveni, engrossed in deep discussions on how to advance regional peace, enhance freedoms for Kenyans, and work for the common good of our peoples. It is only through such that the pursuit of homegrown solutions, even to the DRC crisis, will make our region an invite to all and will spur development. This serves to portray the EAC mechanism for conflict resolution in high esteem. I want to further thank you for the lead you are taking in promoting world peace by taking the mantle of stabilizing countries that are facing insecurity. It is a good move, but not all the external forces may be happy about it because you have rightly challenged the inaction. You can, however, count on EALA, the EAC, and Africa at large for support, since these efforts renew your commitment to ensuring peace and security for Kenya, the region, Africa, and beyond. On your calls from reforms of the international financial institution, such as IMF and the World Bank, we are proud to be associated with you, with your bold statements calling for reforms to ensure fairness, inclusively, equity, and equal opportunities for developing nations like those in our region, who continue to be impoverished and marginalized by the developed world through these institutions. The debt cycle they put us in should end so that we can generate international resources to spur growth on local industries, infrastructure, and economically empower our citizens. We in EALA, we have already adopted resolutions on promoting use of local currencies instead of the US dollar to pay for services, resolution to promote local leather industries by banning and processed hides, among others. We also associate ourselves with your stand on reforming global action on climate change and the environment, and the leadership you continue to give during global summits. As has been noted, in many quarters, your words of wisdom have often been inspirational. Having said that, and before I invite Your Excellency to address the Assembly, I invite my brother, the chairperson of the East African Community Council of Ministers, to make brief remarks. I thank you all for listening to me.
I'm very short. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Right Honorable Joseph, Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, my colleagues, ministers, and members of the Council, Honorable Dr. Peter Thiuki, Secretary General of the East African Community, all honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Your Excellency, let me start by joining the Right Honorable Speaker in welcoming Your Excellency to this special sitting of the Assembly and expressing the gratitude of the Council of Ministers to you for finding time in your very busy schedule to address the Assembly. Your Excellency, I bring greetings from the Chair of the East African Head of State Summit, His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, and register his commitment to a peaceful community and as demonstrated by his ongoing consultations with head of state in the region with view to ensuring a stable and peaceful region. Your Excellency, allow me to also congratulate you, Your Excellency, on the new role of champion of institutional reform which the African Union head of state have entrusted you with. This is a testament to your strong promotion and unwavering advocacy for the African voice in regional and global matters. Regional peace and security and the effective and efficient functioning of organs and institutions set up to deepen and widen our African integration agenda. Your Excellency, this being the first time that the Fifth Assembly is holding its plenary session in Nairobi and in the Republic of Kenya, and also the first time since Your Excellency is addressing the Assembly, as a member of the Summit of East African Head of State, we are all keen to receive your guidance and wisdom on the direction and areas of focus for the community from your perspective. I'm pleased to inform you that in order to foster a unified economic landscape that benefits all partner states, the community continues to rely on the Assembly to enact regional laws that create a more conducive environment for increased trade and investment, as through oversight to highlight any inconsistencies and gaps in the trade policies, legal and regulatory frameworks of the partner states, as we look towards the establishment of a functioning and efficient monetary union for the East African community. Furthermore, Your Excellency, I wish to confirm that the Secretary General has informed me that the Federal Republic of Somalia has formally deposited instruments of ratification with his office, and therefore the Federal Republic of Somalia is now a full member of the East African Community. On this note, Your Excellency, I want to thank the Secretary General and his team for this good work done. As a Council, Your Excellency, we are looking toward the Assembly to inform policy decisions we continue to seek for prosperity for our people in order to enhance the East African Community integration agenda. And where necessary, we shall make recommendations and seek the guidance of the East African Summit of the State. Your Excellency, as I conclude, we are grateful to the Summit of East African Head of State for adopting a sustainable funding model to stem the financial challenges and community has been facing largely through none or delayed remission of contributions to the budget of the community by partner states. And once again, Your Excellency, I thank Your Excellency for agreeing to address the community through this special sitting of the Fifth Assembly in Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, before I invite you to address the Assembly, I would like to recognize in this chamber the following dignitaries. We have the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Kenya. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you. We have the Honorable Salim Muria, Cabinet Secretary for Mining and Blue Economy. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you. We have Honorable Kato Ole Metito, State House Controller. Please stand up. Thank you. We have Mr. Abdi Dubat, Principal Secretary, State Development for East Africa Affairs. Please stand up. Thank you. Oh. And we have the members of diplomatic corps, and I have to recognize that among them, I have Honorable Martin Ngoga, who was the Speaker of IALA 4. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. He's my mentor some way. It's him who taught me how to behave. 7, we have the former members of IALA who are present here. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you for coming. Thank you again. And I have to recognize other senior state officials of the government of Kenya who will be present here. Thank you. And I have also to recognize the member of the 4th estate who are there. Please, we should recognize them. Thank you. Your Excellency, finally, it is with a great pleasure and honor that I all execute my humble duty to welcome you to address us. You are most welcomed, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable members,
Thank you.
you may take your seats. This podium is a bit high or something. I don't know whether we can take it down a bit. Anyway, the Honorable Joseph Ntakuri Timana, Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable members, the Secretary General of the East African Community, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first take this opportunity on behalf of the government and people of Kenya to welcome honorable members from Yala to Nairobi, and it is my wish that you will enjoy deliberations in Nairobi and also have time to enjoy Kenya. Mr. Speaker, let me apologize because I have been away from Parliament for now more than 10 years. And I found myself doing the wrong things. Because when it was time to applause, I found myself clapping. And I know that is not the tradition in Parliament. I had to remind myself. But I am delighted to join this august assembly today to preside over the official opening of the third session of the 5th East African Legislative Assembly, and to have the honor of welcoming you back to our Parliament chambers in Nairobi after 6 years. It is immensely gratifying to note that the work of intensifying the integration of East African community has proceeded at an encouraging pace, so that while much remains to be done for us to accomplish our aspiration, the progress we have made has taken us closer to it incrementally. It is no overstatement to acknowledge the contribution of this assembly towards making this progress possible. At the beginning of this session, it is appropriate to reaffirm our collective devotion to the constitutive aspirations of our community and therefore the objectives of East African regional integration. There is no denying that our vision to be a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united East Africa is taking shape at a higher rate than before. The ultimate aim of this noble enterprise is to transform and translate economic, political, and social, as well as cultural integration into a positive impact on the well-being of every citizen of East Africa. Our common agenda, therefore, is to set out optimal policies and strategies which unite us firmly in the singular pursuit of positive transformation in the political and economic, social and cultural, research and development, as well as technology and innovation, including defense and security, and also the legal and judicial sectors of our society. It is fair to say that much of our efforts cannot proceed, let alone succeed, without the loyal contribution and hard work of our community's legislative organs. This organ of Yala, as well as the respective parliaments. This assembly accentuates the direct linkage between common regional and specific intra-member state policies by performing the vital and simultaneous functions of embedding regional integration agenda at the heart of domestic policymaking, while also ensuring that the EAC represents articulates and projects the interests of member states as well as the entire collectivity of our community. Our people's journey to a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united East Africa entails the implementation of policies and establishment of institutions under the four well-known pillars of our integration, namely a customs union, a common market, monetary union, and a political federation. The instruments and frameworks needed to bring into operation our semi-autonomous institutions delineate our areas of cooperation and attend to the pillars of integration are promulgated under the exclusive mandate of this Assembly, which has demonstrated exemplary dedication to its legislative function, consensus deference to important lessons from the history of our regional integration efforts, and a vigilant commitment to deliver a robust architecture for the successful delivery of an ambitious program of action for our community. By dint of a consistent drive to implement our collective vision for integration, this Assembly has enabled us to overcome the shortcomings which rendered the first East Africa community so vulnerable that it ultimately collapsed, and to make significant progress on each pillar of integration, thereby making EAC a resilient, dynamic, progressive region on the threshold of historic transformation. Our customs union is on the move, with this Assembly creating legislative frameworks to establish a common external tariff, uniform customs rules and procedures, and common rules of origin. And I want to congratulate members here for being patriotic to EAC and making sure these instruments are in place. These frameworks also provide for the elimination of non-tariff barriers and the implementation of a single customs territory, one-stop border posts, as well as the facilitation of the development of regional and national trade information portals. For example, in a couple of weeks, President Museveni and I will be launching the one-stop border post in Suam, a border between Kenya and Uganda, complete with a road connecting both countries that was sourced by funding that was collectively undertaken by the government of Kenya and the government of Uganda. Similarly, the Assembly has provided the framework to conclude the COMESA EAC SADC tripartite free trade area agreement. The signing of the agreement establishes the African Continental Free Trade Area also, and the adoption of the EAC e-commerce strategy. As you are aware, the bringing together of the tripartite agreement will bring 27 countries into one common market with a GDP of approximately $750 billion. That will make it possible for East Africa, parts of North Africa, and the whole of South Africa to trade together and to eliminate trade barriers that consistently stand in the way in our quest to enhance and expand business, trade, enterprise in our region. Consequently, the turnaround time for trucks has reduced significantly along all our transport corridors, and the clearance in time at border crossings has reduced by 84%, making trade more efficient in our region. This is why intra-EAC trade holds the highest position among trading blocs in our continent at 25%. With a combined GDP of US $350 billion, a population of approximately 350 million, and an expansive area of 5 million square kilometers, the EAC member states are an attractive investment destination. East African Community total trade in 2022 stood at US$ 74 billion. The same year, Africa accounted for 44% and 25% of EAC's total exports and imports, respectively. This assembly, likewise, has enabled the community implement the Common Market Protocol, which guarantees free cross-border movement of persons, labor, services, and capital, as well as the right of establishment and residence through the use of standard identification systems, harmonized travel documents, mutual recognition of qualifications, and harmonized labor and social policy frameworks. The EAC e-passport is now internationally recognized, while several member states now permit citizens to travel using the national identity cards. Visa fees for cross-border movements have mostly been eliminated, and cross-border communities now enjoy free movement. Students can enroll and transfer with greater ease. The regional institutions now implement mutual recognition agreements for various professional qualifications. To actualize the East African Monetary Union by 2031, because that's our aspiration, this assembly must provide the necessary framework to anchor the full implementation of the customs union and common market protocols, especially through the establishment of vital organizations such as the Monetary Institute, Bureau of Statistics, Financial Services, as well as the Surveillance and Enforcement Commissions. I know this is already in your radar, and it is our hope, as members of the summit, that you will discharge your responsibility of making sure these instruments are in place to facilitate the greater integration of our union. Additionally, the Assembly should facilitate the convergence of criteria for macroeconomic governance and provide for the harmonization of both fiscal and monetary policies. The fourth pillar of East African integration, the political federation, depends on effective cooperation in the fields of political affairs, regional peace and security, as well as defense cooperation. The transitional model for our federation is already in place in the form of the East African Political Confederation, under which we have been able to deploy the East African Community Regional Force, for example, to restore peace and security in Eastern DRC, while other achievements under the transitional model include the Chief Justice's Forum to strengthen the rule of law, enhance access to justice, and facilitate the evolution of a distinct East African jurisprudence. Similarly, the other platforms have been established to enable progressive engagement between national institutions through the exchange of information, skills, and capacity, and developing common regional standards in such diverse fields as good governance, election management, and human rights institutions, and institutions that govern anti-corruption. We now have in place protocols on defense, as well as peace and security, together with the EAC Mutual Defense Pact, the EAC Early Warning Mechanism, Protocol on Combating Illegal Drug Trafficking, and EAC Interreligious Council, and a framework for conducting public participation on the establishment of the political federation, which has already been concluded in Kenya, in Uganda, and in Burundi. And we already made a decision last year in Arusha that that process must be concluded in the other remaining states by June this year, so that we can have a way forward And I want to tell you, when this exercise was conducted in Kenya, it received overwhelming endorsement by the people of Kenya. It received similar endorsement in Burundi and in Uganda. I want to urge members of parliament who are here from our sister states of Tanzania, Rwanda, DRC, and South Sudan to assist the EAC Secretariat and the team that is mandated to carry out this exercise, that this exercise be concluded as we have asked from the Summit of the Heads of State by June, so that we can begin to make steps in the right direction. And if there is an institution that will assist us in actualizing the aspirations of East Africans, it is this parliament. There is no doubt that as a result of the progress made in entrenching our regional integration as a social, cultural, political, and economic reality, East Africa is emerging as the beacon of unity, stability, security, and progress, and the beating heart of Pan-African integration and the engine of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the epicenter of Africa's move to position itself as the next frontier of global investment and industrial transformation. That is why, honorable members, we have grown tremendously from 3 founding partner states to 8 countries, connecting the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic, serving 350 million citizens and forging a major market. These achievements are chiefly due to the contribution, to a great extent, by the East African Legislative Assembly. The work that this assembly does matters to us as governments and matters to the people of East Africa. We must therefore remain focused on what is at stake, committed to complete the outstanding work, and determined to do our very best at all times when called upon to serve the people of our region. Peace, stability, and security must remain our foremost concern because they are the foundations that underlie all pursuit of growth, development, and prosperity. A peaceful, stable, and secure East Africa is a competitive and prosperous East Africa. As we work and as we continue to work on such challenges to the growth of trade and investment, as persistent on non-tariff barriers, distracting and costly trade disputes, conflicting tax regimes, weak enforcement, and inadequate resources, we must also take seriously the fundamental shortcomings to our agenda, that is low involvement of the private sector, even as we prepare to get and stay on top of emerging threats in the digital space as well as climate change. Now that we have adequately established that this assembly possesses what it takes to drive our vision of a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united East Africa, I take this opportunity, honorable members, to pose a few issues to the honorable members gathered here. It is important for us to lay a strong foundation for East Africa to make a transformative contribution to Pan-African integration and the emergence of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as the next hub of global investment, trade, and industry. In order to do this, we have to complete the implementation of all the pillars of EAC integration urgently and equally critically align our integration agenda with a broader African transformation.
Go to my Safaricom app to explore why it feels good to be home.
Secondly, we must provide a strong framework for achieving rapid leapfrogging and the development of sustainable competitive advantage in emerging high-tech fields, such as the digital economy in general, and artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and machine learning, in order to stay ahead of both threats and opportunities that will continue to unfold in a rapidly digitizing global economy. Thirdly, there is need to lend your support to the African Leaders Nairobi Declaration and call to action, which defines a strong and distinctly African contribution to the global discourse on humanity's foremost existential challenge by affirming the nexus between climate action and sustainable development, and calling for increased investment in Africa to kickstart a green industrial revolution. Let me explain, because it is important. When we met in Nairobi last year, we made a deliberate decision that we were no longer going to be in the corner where we are seen as victims of climate change, and where our big preoccupation is on complaining, finger-pointing, and doing what we've done for many years. That we are going to reposition our continent as a place of opportunity, great potential, and ready for investment. Because indeed, it is no longer tenable for us to continue wearing the badge of conflict and disease and poverty, when in our borders we have the largest deposits of mineral. In fact, 30% of world natural minerals and natural resources are in our continent. We have 60% of all renewable energy resources globally. We have 1.4 billion people market. In fact, by 2025, it is going to be the single largest market in the world. We have 2/3 of the world's uncultivated arable land that we can use for food security. Ladies and gentlemen, with those kind of resources, it is incorrect to classify our continent as a continent of conflict, poverty, and disease. In fact, as one Nigerian great philosopher said, that until the lion learned how to write their story, all stories glorified the hunter. So it is time for us to write our own story. And our own story is not about disease, it's not about conflict, it's not about poverty. It is about great potential that we have. It is about the opportunities that we have. It is about the investment that is awaiting, and position our continent as the only place where the next industrial revolution is going to happen. And therefore, it is important for you as legislators from EAC to appropriate this position so that together we can push a new narrative for our continent. To ameliorate the resource constraints which persistently hamper our progress, this assembly is called upon to reflect deeply on the range of opportunities and the various ways in which it can complement national and regional efforts to mobilize and allocate more resources for the regional integration agenda. And as you do that, you must have in sharp focus what we are doing in EAC and how we can complement what we are doing as a continent. In particular, I challenge you to apply your deliberative bandwidth to the forthcoming World Bank Group's International Development Association, IDA Summit. And let me explain what we are going to do in this summit. When we had this conversation last year, and our development partners realized that we were changing the narrative about our continent, and that we no longer wanted to be victims, we wanted to be part of the solution. They asked me to host the first IDA replenishment, what we are calling IDA 21 replenishment here in Nairobi, together with the World Bank. So we are going to host it on the 29th of April 2024. And what is the conversation? The conversation here is East Africa will, for the first time, have the opportunity to witness from a close quarter and contribute to the important deliberations of critical implementation of our growth agenda and development. At this event, African leaders, including many from the global south and low-income countries, will articulate a strong case for an ambitious and robust 21st replenishment of IDA, which is the largest source of development assistance and donor funding for basic social services for the world's 75 low-income countries, and to support economic transformation, especially in Africa and throughout the global south. So, let me contextualize this. You know, we have two fundamental problems, and that is why many of our countries are struggling with the debt. Two fundamental problems. Problem number one is debt management. The kind of debt infrastructure that we have has very short grace period, has very short tenure, and therefore it becomes very difficult to undertake any meaningful development. Our position is that we should increase the grace period for money borrowed for development, not 3 years, maybe 10 years. We should increase the tenure of debt for development resources, not 15 years, but maybe between 40 and 50 years. That way, when you mobilize resources for development, you have adequate time to be able to undertake that development without the constraints of having to repay this debt. That is number one. Number two, the other problem that we have in the whole of financing development is what we are calling responsible sovereign lending. What do we mean by that? We're saying it is no longer tenable for us to have this big animal called credit rating, where countries using arbitrary formula are rated here, and if you don't do certain things, you are taken down, and as you are taken down, you pay more interest. It is also, we need to have a conversation about credit rating agencies, and we need to have a conversation about risk assessment. Because there is perceived risk that becomes larger than real risk. And that perceived risk is pushed by certain quarters to make Africa uncompetitive. And that is the reason why, while others are accessing development resources at 1 or 2%. Most African countries are accessing development resources in markets at between 10 and 15%. Explain to me, honorable members, if one set of countries are accessing development resources at 1-2%, and another is accessing between 10 and 15%, is it realistically possible for us to grow at the same rate? No. This is the conversation we must have. You know? And we must remove this arbitrary unfairness. You know, this arbitrary unfairness from global financing. And that is why we are saying we must have a thorough conversation about the reform of multilateral development banks and the whole international financial architecture as a whole. When we started this debate a year ago, we looked like mad people. But I promise you, today, in every meeting, everybody has come to the conclusion that there is a problem with the architecture of international financing. And the conversation is no longer if, the conversation is when are we and how are we going to reform it. And that is why it is important for institutions like the East Africa Legislative Assembly to apply your mind to what kind of contribution are you going to make in this reform that is going to make our economies access development financing. It is the only way we can make meaning to our development. The last IDA replenishment, for example, in 2021 raised US dollars 91 billion, which was disbursed to eligible beneficiary countries over a period of 3 years. The Kenya Summit that we are holding in April aims to highlight to donors and other development partners critical priority target areas of development financing in Africa and in our region, make the case for a significantly higher level of financing in IDA 21 cycle, and support East African countries to effectively address development challenges and exploit the huge opportunities that we have in our region. This is the candid conversation we're going to have. And I am very confident that the fact that World Bank accepted that this was a necessary exercise confirms to us that somebody somewhere is listening to what we are saying. You know? And our position is it is not going to be done until it is done. Yes. I have invited my fellow heads of state and government to participate in this highly important platform. Being confident of this Assembly's capacity to facilitate transformative interventions, I urge you, honorable members, to join this course and formulate your contributions to this endeavor with urgency. Give some imagination, put in it some ambition, so that together we can push an agenda that is going to support all our economies. I am highly obliged to you, Honorable Speaker, for inviting me to address this Assembly. I do not take your consideration for granted, and I believe we're going to have a discourse that is going to be beneficial for all our countries. I wish you all, honorable members, productive engagements, insightful debates, and fruitful deliberations as you usher in the third session of this Assembly. Feel at home while you are in Kenya. It's called magical Kenya, the home of all humankind. And I urge Honorable Omar Hassan, Chair of the Kenyan chapter of the Assembly, to use this session to introduce you to the warmth and hospitality of our country. And I urge you, Honorable Hassan, to make that only in places that are licensed. And in no other places. So, honorable members, I really wish you well while you are in Kenya. And maybe by conclusion, the speaker did make reference to what we are doing as East Africa. To give you the impression of what East Africa is doing, and therefore you must be very proud people that East Africa, in our continent, is the most progressive community. Our trade, intra-trade between East African countries is the highest in the African continent. We are providing the leadership, and therefore you occupy a very special place. And I want to urge you to continuously apply yourself to this huge responsibility. You are not only doing this for East African citizens, you are trailblazing for the continent of Africa. So continue with diligence, but also a pace to make sure that you help us move the continent together. It is the reason, for example, why, as members of the summit in East Africa, as you're all aware, the chair of the AU is coming up next year as the term of Musa Faki, our current chair, comes to an end. It is going to be the turn for East Africa to provide the chair of the Africa Union. We have sat down in the spirit of the East African community. We have consulted as heads of state from the East African community together, and we have agreed to sponsor one candidate as East Africans. As East Africans. Because that is the strength of our community, that we can do things together and we can consult amongst one another. So it speaks to the spirit of the leadership that is being provided by our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless Kenya. May God bless East Africa. And thank you very much for listening to me. Asanteni sana.
We move to order number 6, vote of thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for your great speech, statesman. We have learned, and as members of East African community, we'll have to implement many of your guidances. Now it's time for Honorable Paul Mwasa Musamali to move a vote of thanks. Honorable members, we shall have the opportunity to debate this great speech, this presidential speech, and we will do it when it will still be fresh in our memories. It will be done tomorrow morning, the whole day. From morning till the end, we'll be debating this great speech. So, Honorable Musamali, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and a member of the East African Community Heads of States Summit, Mr. Speaker, allow me, in the interest of time, to stand on the protocol as you already observed. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank you and the members of IALA for entrusting me to move this vote of thanks. Your Excellency, as already mentioned, my name is Paul Musamali. Among your people, where I come from, that is the Bukusu of Uganda. They say that when a big drum sounds, the small one cannot be heard. Now I'm conflicted because you have sounded a very big drum. But let me seek your indulgence and permission, because of this wonderful and elaborate speech you have made. You allow me sound this small drum to thank you for this very important speech. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity again, on behalf of IALA members, to congratulate you upon your election to that office of President of Kenya. Because this is the first time we are meeting since you are elected, Your Excellency. I also want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank you for the work you have been doing in the service of the people of Kenya and the people of East Africa. We also want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank you for the statesmanship you have demonstrated in the service of the people of Kenya and in the service of the people of East Africa and the humanity at large. Your Excellency, it was already mentioned by the Right Honourable Speaker, we are very happy when we see you having or taking on efforts to ensure the unity of the people of Uganda, of Kenya, and the people of East Africa, and Africa in general, Your Excellency. We are happy, in particular, when we saw you with President Yoweri Museveni and the Right Honourable Raila Odinga in Uganda. Incidentally, you were all armed with sticks. But you did not harm each other. And among cattle keepers, because I saw cattle behind you in the background, the sticks are basically used to ward off the wild animals, to defend those very animals. So we are happy that you are working very closely with the President of Uganda, with your other colleagues, heads of states of East Africa, but above all, even with the Right Honourable Raila Odinga. I'm sure that we are going to see bigger things come. We thank you, Your Excellency, for the speech you have delivered to this House. From what you have delivered, Your Excellency, I made some few notes, but I have come to understand that the integration of the East African community in particular and Africa in general is not a matter of luxury, but a matter of necessity. because this is about our lives as the East African people and as the African people. As you may all be aware, honorable members and the public, Africa, just like the president has put it, we have been victims of circumstances, and some of the things we are not the ones responsible. You are all aware the African people were traded as slaves. We were herded as goods, as if we were cattle, into the markets. And we are calling them slave markets. Time came when the African people, we were divided. And that's why you see me, I'm the other side, and then the Right Honorable Wetangula is this side. We were divided as if they were dividing a loaf of bread. We were not responsible for that. Again, as we fought, because colonialism was physical, these colonialists withdrew. But as you are aware, they have come back in the form of neo-colonialism. In fact, this time, they are now controlling us both physically and virtually. They are smartly, they are now controlling us. Your Excellency, that is a serious threat to the African people, and it is therefore our responsibility for those of us in the leadership of Africa to ensure that we insulate Africa against these disruptive forces, Your Excellency. You have just given a number of examples, but let me just bring out two. The very last points you mentioned about debt management and responsible sovereign lending, right, Your Excellency. These are part of the disruptive forces. It is therefore our responsibility either to stand up, to be counted, or we again be herded like they did before. Your Excellency, we have 3 points here which I want to bring to your attention. That for us to achieve our integration agenda, in fact, our mission and vision rotates around deepening cooperation and widening, deepening integration and widening cooperation. But it will take us to sacrifice if we are to achieve our integration agenda. Your Excellency, I want to bring to your attention 3 issues in as far as the integration agenda of East Africa is concerned. And you have talked about them. But while you are addressing us, you again gave us an assignment that can someone summarize what you have said? The blood started flowing very fast from my head to the toes because I had been asked to move a vote of thanks. I said, now, am I not going to have a retake in this assignment? But let me put it right, Your Excellency. In East Africa, so far as noted, we have made tremendous achievements. But if it were a child, we haven't started even crawling. This child is just starting to sit, and that's where East Africa is. One of the challenges which we have, right, Your Excellency and Honorable Speaker, is about funding to the community. Funding to the community. Your Excellency, I'm now serving my 2nd and last term in Yara. For us, we have only 2 terms, if you are lucky to be re-elected. when we joined in 2017, each partner state was contributing $8.3 million to the community. Now, as we talk, and even that money is not enough. As you are aware, some countries will pay on time, and others will pay later, and others will start again demanding them after 2 or 3 years to pay. So meaning that even in the community budget is affected by the funding mechanism. But I want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank the Republic of Kenya and to thank you, Your Excellency, because Kenya has always been at the forefront in terms of funding, disbursement of the funds to the community. As we talk now, Kenya has already contributed 100% of its share, right, Your Excellency. So we thank you. But as we talk, this money has come down from 8.3 about 6 years ago to 7.8 million, 7.3 million. Now, Your Excellency, are we going ahead or we are driving in reverse? Because as we talk, we are even having more institutions and organs being created. And you have just tasked us here to ensure that those laws for fast-tracking the monetary union, we are able to do them. And in those laws, they are supposed to create institutions, for your information. Now, we are reducing the budget. Now, Your Excellency, what we want to bring to your attention as a member of the summit is that reconsider. We are aware that there is a sustainable funding mechanism that has been proposed, but still when you analyze it very well, it is just looking at how to generate the 7.3 million to go to East Africa, but not to increase. So we are requesting that you reconsider this position to increase funding to the community, such that you are able to be facilitated, the organs and institutions are able to be facilitated well to promote the integration agenda, Your Excellency. So we request that you escalate this to your colleagues, and we are sure if you prioritize East Africa, you have just told us we shall have an expanded market, and where is this market, there will be production, and where there is production, there will be investment, and therefore employment. All these hustlers of yours, where you also belong, will be absorbed, Your Excellency. So we request that you prioritize East Africa, Your Excellency. Number two, I told you that we have three. One is about funding. Number two, this one is even yours. You are a champion of reforms. You have championed reforms. You are championing reforms at the UN, at the African Union, at the World Bank. Now, to mention but what? A few. Now, what happens to East Africa? Your Excellency, we are requesting that you champion reforms also in EAC. And those ones will entail, one, we are aware that there is a consideration of the making of the Confederation Constitution. But that one is going to take time. You have even just appealed to colleagues, South Sudan and elsewhere, to ensure that they go and mobilize the population and governments to participate in their proposals. So it may take time. So we are proposing that there are a number of amendments which have been prepared, and others are coming to the treaty. So as we work on the Confederation Constitution, let us amend the treaty to enable us work where we have not been able to work well. IALA is not autonomous, Your Excellency. We are requesting that make IALA autonomous, such that we are able to have the power and the ability to bite. We are supposed to oversight the institutions and the organs of the community. But these are the very ones who are facilitating us, who are deciding where to go and when. So we end up becoming toothless. I don't know, someone can conclude it. But ideally, we are almost becoming toothless dogs, because we can only maybe bark, but biting becomes a very big problem. Your Excellency, the same applies to the East African Court of Justice. It is also not autonomous. We are operating, and to make matters worse, they have even put us in the same building. The IALA Court and the ES Secretariat, which is the cabinet, we are there together. Now, every time you want to oversight the Secretary General, you collide with him in the corridor. And then he says, what is happening? Mheshimiwa, is everything okay? So, we need your support, Your Excellency. Some of the things, Your Excellency, we need to fast track them. We have achieved some level at Customs Union. We have also achieved at some level in the Common Market Protocol. IALA, for your information, Your Excellency, we passed almost all the laws responsible for the implementation of operationalization of the Monetary Union Protocol. However, some of the bills were returned for reconsideration. For us, we are ready to work on that. In fact, for your information, Your Excellency, I'm sure using your intelligence, you may have got it. There is a WhatsApp hoax going around that saying that the East Africa, that we have introduced a single currency. And do you know what, Your Excellency? The population outside there, they are very excited for your information. Out of a hoax. That you people, is it true we are now going to start using a single currency? So, now some of these things we need to fast track them, Your Excellency. Bernard Shaw remarked and said, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So let us work on changing those things which look like they cannot be changed. And you have demonstrated that you are a champion of change. Your Excellency, for your information, when they were counting votes and tallying them to be announced, myself and my wife, we didn't sleep. We were following it keenly. And when they announced you as the winner, Your Excellency, we celebrated. I don't want to say what followed next, but we celebrated. So we have been admiring you. We are your supporters, even when we are across. If we had the opportunity to come and vote, we would have done it. But we are happy that you won, and you are championing reforms and change. Be part of East Africa. You are already there, but ongeza moto. Lastly, it's about human resource in EAC. Your Excellency, in each and every organization, the human resource is the most important thing in any organization. And I want to bring this to your attention, that there is need for all partner states governments to ensure that when you are deploying people in the service of the community, it should be people who are ideologically oriented and clear about the mission and the vision of the East African integration agenda. Otherwise, if we just deploy for the sake, or if we don't pay attention to whoever is being deployed at EAC, right from the Secretary General to the lowest cadre, Your Excellency, we risk employing merchants. They are just going there to look for money. We risk employing corrupt people. They will go there and they start squandering, the little, the very dwindling support which is going there, it will still be squandered. We also risk, in as far as East Africa is concerned, we also risk deploying collaborators. When we were being colonized, even when we were being traded as slaves, we had our own African people who were collaborating and working as agents of slaves, going in the countryside, collect people to the slave market. Then in collaboration, the others worked together with the collaborators, and with the colonizers, and we were colonized. So that is the same at the community. Today, Your Excellency, and the Secretary General is the focal point, is the center, is the accounting officer in the community. And the current holder is you, Mr. President. So I want to implore you, Your Excellency, that you take keen interest in ensuring that the Secretary General delivers to the expectations and aspirations of the people of East Africa. Thank you very much. May God bless you and bless East Africa. One people, one destiny. That is the slogan that guides us, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
This is Honorable Musamali. Your Excellency, honorable members, before adjourning, I would like to remind you that we'll have a group photo session shortly after this sitting. The protocol will guide how to make it. And now, I adjourn this special sitting sine die.
That national anthem marks the official opening of the third meeting of the second session of the Yala 5th Assembly that has seen the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, address members in a special sitting. And our dear viewers across the East African, allow me to take you through some of the highlights in the President's speech. Among them is the repositioning of the African continent as a destination for investment. President Ruto has urged IALA members to spearhead the new narrative and also allocate more resources for regional integration agenda. According to the President, Africa should not be known as a disease, conflict, as well as poverty-stricken region, yet we have adequate minerals. According to the President, this is the time for Africa to redefine our story. The other aspect is matters to do with money lending for matters development, and the President has challenged the African leaders to push for
as well as the right of establishment and residence through the use of standard identification systems, harmonized travel documents, mutual recognition of qualifications, and harmonized labor and social policy frameworks. The EAC e-passport is now internationally recognized, while several member states now permit citizens to travel using the national identity cards. Visa fees for cross-border movements have mostly been eliminated, and cross-border communities now enjoy free movement. Students can enroll and transfer with greater ease. The regional institutions now implement mutual recognition agreements for various professional qualifications. To actualize the East African Monetary Union, by 2023, 31, because that's our aspiration, this assembly must provide the necessary framework to anchor the full implementation of the customs union and common market protocols, especially through the establishment of vital organizations such as the Monetary Institute, Bureau of Statistics, Financial Services, as well as the Surveillance and Enforcement Commissions. I know this is already in your radar, and it is our hope, as members of the summit, that you will discharge your responsibility of making sure these instruments are in place to facilitate the greater integration of our union. Additionally, the Assembly should facilitate the convergence of criteria for macroeconomic governance and provide for the harmonization of both fiscal and monetary policies. The fourth pillar of East African integration, the political federation, depends on effective cooperation in the fields of political affairs, regional peace and security, as well as defense cooperation. The transitional model for our federation is already in place in the form of the East African Political Confederation, under which we have been able to deploy the East African Community Regional Force, for example, to restore peace and security in Eastern DRC, while other achievements under the transitional model include the Chief Justices Forum to strengthen the rule of law, enhance access to justice, and facilitate the evolution of a distinct East African jurisprudence. Similarly, the other platforms have been established to enable progressive engagement between national institutions through the exchange of information, skills, and capacity, and developing common regional standards in such diverse fields as good governance, election management, and human rights institutions, and institutions that govern anti-corruption. We now have in place protocols on defense, as well as peace and security, together with the EAC Mutual Defense Pact, the EAC Early Warning Mechanism, Protocol on Combating Illegal Drug Trafficking, and EAC Interreligious Council, and a framework for conducting public participation on the establishment of the political federation, which has already been concluded in Kenya, in Uganda, and in Burundi. And we already made a decision last year in Arusha that that process must be concluded in the other remaining states by June this year, so that we can have a way forward. And I want to tell you, when this exercise was conducted in Kenya, it received overwhelming endorsement by the people of Kenya. It received similar endorsement in Burundi and in Uganda. I want to urge members of parliament who are here from our sister states of Tanzania, Rwanda, DRC, and South Sudan to assist the EAC Secretariat and the team that is mandated to carry out this exercise, that this exercise be concluded as we have asked from the Summit of the Heads of State by June, so that we can begin to make steps in the right direction. And if there is an institution that will assist us in actualizing the aspirations of East Africans, it is this parliament. There is no doubt that as a result of the progress made in entrenching our regional integration as a social, cultural, political, and economic reality, East Africa is emerging as the beacon of unity, stability, security, and progress, and the beating heart of Pan-African integration and the engine of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the epicenter of Africa's move to position itself as the next frontier of global investment and industrial transformation. That is why, honorable members, we have grown tremendously from 3 founding partner states to 8 countries, connecting the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic, serving 350 million citizens and forging a major market. These achievements are chiefly due to the contribution, to a great extent, by the East African Legislative Assembly. The work that this assembly does matters to us as governments and matters to the people of East Africa. We must therefore remain focused on what is at stake, committed to complete the outstanding work, and determined to do our very best at all times when called upon to serve the people of our region. Peace, stability, and security must remain our foremost concern because they are the foundations that underlie all pursuit of growth, development, and prosperity. A peaceful, stable, and secure East Africa is a competitive and prosperous East Africa. As we work and as we continue to work on such challenges to the growth of trade and investment as persistent on non-tariff barriers, distracting and costly trade disputes, conflicting tax regimes, weak enforcement, and inadequate resources, we must also take seriously the fundamental shortcomings to our agenda, that is low involvement of the private sector, even as we prepare to get and stay on top of emerging threats in the digital space as well as climate change. Now that we have adequately established that this assembly possesses what it takes to drive our vision of a prosperous, competitive, secure, stable, and politically united East Africa, I take this opportunity, honorable members, to pose a few issues to the honorable members gathered here. It is important for us to lay a strong foundation for East Africa to make a transformative contribution to Pan-African integration and the emergence of the Africa Continental Trade Area as the next hub of global investment, trade, and industry. In order to do this, we have to complete the implementation of all the pillars of EAC integration urgently and equally critically align our integration agenda with a broader African transformational paradigm under the Africa we want. Secondly, we must provide a strong framework for achieving rapid leapfrogging and the development of sustainable competitive advantage in emerging high-tech fields, such as the digital economy in general, and artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and machine learning, in order to stay ahead of both threats and opportunities that will continue to unfold in a rapidly digitizing global economy. Thirdly, there is need to lend your support to the African Leaders Nairobi Declaration and Call to Action, which defines a strong and distinctly African contribution to the global discourse on humanity's foremost existential challenge by affirming the nexus between climate action and sustainable development, and calling for increased investment in Africa to kickstart a green industrial revolution. Let me explain, because it is important. When we met in Nairobi last year, we made a deliberate decision that we were no longer going to be in the corner where we are seen as victims of climate change, and where our big preoccupation is on complaining, finger pointing, and doing what we've done for many years. That we are going to reposition our continent as a place of opportunity, great potential, and ready for investment. Because indeed, it is no longer tenable for us to continue wearing the badge of conflict and disease and poverty when in our borders we have the largest deposits of mineral. In fact, 30% of world natural minerals and natural resources are in our continent. We have 60% of all renewable energy resources globally. We have 1.4 billion people market. In fact, by 2025, it is going to be the single largest market in the world. We have 2/3 of the world's uncultivated arable land that we can use for food security. Ladies and gentlemen, with those kind of resources, it is incorrect to classify our continent as a continent of conflict, poverty, and disease. In fact, as one Nigerian great philosopher said, that until the lion learned how to write their story, all stories glorified the hunter. So it is time for us to write our own story. And our own story is not about disease, it's not about conflict, it's not about poverty. It is about great potential that we have. It is about the opportunities that we have. It is about the investment that is awaiting, and position our continent as the only place where the next industrial revolution is going to happen. And therefore, it is important for you as legislators from EAC to appropriate this position so that together we can push a new narrative for our continent. To ameliorate the resource constraints which persistently hamper our progress, this assembly is called upon to reflect deeply on the range of opportunities and the various ways in which it can complement national and regional efforts to mobilize and allocate more resources for the regional integration agenda. And as you do that, you must have in sharp focus what we are doing in EAC and how we can complement what we are doing as a continent. In particular, I challenge you to apply your deliberative bandwidth to the forthcoming World Bank Group's International Development Association, IDA Summit. And let me explain what we are going to do in this summit. When we had this conversation last year, and our development partners realized that we were changing the narrative about our continent, and that we no longer wanted to be victims, we wanted to be part of the solution. They asked me to host the first IDA replenishment, what we are calling IDA 21 replenishment here in Nairobi, together with the World Bank. So we are going to host it on the 29th of April 2024. And what is the conversation? The conversation here is East Africa will, for the first time, have the opportunity to witness from a close quarter and contribute to the important deliberations of critical implementation of our growth agenda and development. At this event, African leaders, including many from the global south and low-income countries, will articulate a strong case for an ambitious and robust 21st replenishment of IDA, which is the largest source of development assistance and donor funding for basic social services for the world's 75 low-income countries, and to support economic transformation, especially in Africa and throughout the global south. So, let me contextualize this. You know, we have two fundamental problems, and that is why many of our countries are struggling with the debt. Two fundamental problems. Problem number one is debt management. The kind of debt infrastructure that we have has very short grace period, has very short tenure, and therefore it becomes very difficult to undertake any meaningful development. Our position is that we should increase the grace period for money borrowed for development, not 3 years, maybe 10 years. We should increase the tenure of debt for development resources, not 15 years, but maybe between 40 and 50 years. That way, when you mobilize resources for development, you have adequate time to be able to undertake that development without the constraints of having to repay this debt. That is number one. Number two, the other problem that we have in the whole of financing development is what we are calling responsible sovereign lending. What do we mean by that? We're saying it is no longer tenable for us to have this big animal called credit rating, where countries using arbitrary formula are rated here, and if you don't do certain things, you are taken down, and as you are taken down, you pay more interest. It is also, we need to have a conversation about credit rating agencies, and we need to have a conversation about risk assessment. Because there is perceived risk that becomes larger than real risk. And that perceived risk is pushed by certain quarters to make Africa uncompetitive. And that is the reason why, while others are accessing development resources at 1 or 2%, most African countries are accessing development resources in markets at between 10 and 15%. Explain to me, honorable members, if one set of countries are accessing development resources at 1-2%, and another is accessing between 10 and 15%, is it realistically possible for us to grow at the same rate? No. This is the conversation we must have. You know? And we must remove this arbitrary unfairness. You know, this arbitrary unfairness from global financing. And that is why we are saying we must have a thorough conversation about the reform of multilateral development banks and the whole international financial architecture as a whole. When we started this debate a year ago, we looked like mad people. But I promise you, today, in every meeting, everybody has come to the conclusion that there is a problem with the architecture of international financing. And the conversation is no longer if, the conversation is when are we and how are we going to reform it. And that is why it is important for institutions like the East Africa Legislative Assembly to apply your mind to what kind of contribution are you going to make in this reform that is going to make our economies access development financing. It is the only way we can make meaning to our development. The last IDA replenishment, for example, in 2021 raised US dollars 91 billion, which was disbursed to eligible beneficiary countries over a period of 3 years. The Kenya Summit that we are holding in April aims to highlight to donors and other development partners critical priority target areas of development financing in Africa and in our region, make the case for a significantly higher level of financing in IDA 21 cycle, and support East African countries to effectively address development challenges and exploit the huge opportunities that we have in our region. This is the candid conversation we're going to have. And I am very confident that the fact that World Bank accepted that this was a necessary exercise confirms to us that somebody somewhere is listening to what we are saying. You know? And our position is, it is not going to be done until it is done. Yes. I have invited my fellow heads of state and government to participate in this highly important platform. Being confident of this Assembly's capacity to facilitate transformative interventions, I urge you, honorable members, to join this course and formulate your contributions to this endeavor with urgency. Give some imagination, put in it some ambition, so that together we can push an agenda that is going to support all our economies. I am highly obliged to you, Honorable Speaker, for inviting me to address this Assembly. I do not take your consideration for granted, and I believe we're going to have a discourse that is going to be beneficial for all our countries. I wish you all, honorable members, productive engagements, insightful debates, and fruitful deliberations as you usher in the third session of this Assembly. Feel at home while you are in Kenya. It's called magical Kenya, the home of all humankind. And I urge Honorable Omar Hassan, Chair of the Kenyan chapter of the Assembly, to use this session to introduce you to the warmth and hospitality of our country. And I urge you, Honorable Hassan, to make that only in places that are licensed. And in no other places. So, honorable members, I really wish you well while you are in Kenya. And maybe by conclusion, the Speaker did make reference to what we are doing as East Africa. To give you the impression of what East Africa is doing, and therefore you must be very proud people that East Africa, in our continent, is the most progressive community. Our trade, intra-trade between East African countries is the highest in the African continent. We are providing the leadership, and therefore you occupy a very special place. And I want to urge you to continuously apply yourself to this huge responsibility. You are not only doing this for East African citizens, you are trailblazing for the continent of Africa. So continue with diligence, but also a pace to make sure that help us move the continent together. It is the reason, for example, why, as members of the summit in East Africa, as you're all aware, the chair of the AU is coming up next year as the term of Musa Faki, our current chair, comes to an end. It is going to be the turn for East Africa to provide the chair of the Africa Union. We have sat down in the spirit of the East African community. We have consulted as heads of state from the East African community together. And we have agreed to sponsor one candidate as East Africans. As East Africans. Because that is the strength of our community, that we can do things together and we can consult amongst one another. So it speaks to the spirit of the leadership that is being provided by our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless Kenya. May God bless East Africa. And thank you very much for listening to me. Asanteni sana.
We move to order number 6, vote of thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for your great speech, statesman. We have learned, and as members of East African community, we'll have to implement many of your guidances. Now it's time for Honorable Paul Mwasa Musamali to move a vote of thanks. Honorable members, we shall have the opportunity to debate this great speech.
Hey. When it comes to roofing, Royal Mabati has the experience.
Wait. If you want to talk to her directly, not through the roof.
Daniel Arab Moi, naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya na kuitumikia kwa moyo wangu wote, na kwamba nitahifadhi, nitalinda na kuitetea katiba ya Kenya kwa mujibu wa sheria.
One sunny day in September 1924, it was just before sunset, and the cows were being herded home in a remote village, Kuriengo in Baringo, the home of the Tugena sub-tribe of the Kalenjin. The women were preparing to milk the cows, but one woman was unable to perform that task. Kaban had just given birth to a bouncing baby boy. She named him Toroitich. Young Toroitich grew up herding livestock among his peers, as was customary of the Tugen. He attended a mission school and was later to be baptized Daniel. 31 years later, in 1955, Toroitich, then a school teacher, made his debut in politics. He was elected to replace one John Tameno from Kajiado, who had resigned as Rift Valley's representative in the European-dominated Legislative Council, LegCo. In the successive years of intense campaigns for Kenya's independence, Moi worked closely with other African representatives in the LegCo. In 1960, Moi, together with the late Ronald Ngala, founded the Kenya African Democratic Union, KADU. The aim of the party was to defend the rights of the smaller ethnic groupings in the face of the Kikuyu and the Luo, who are the majority in KANU, led by the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. KANU won the independence elections in 1963, and Moi, a fierce legislator, is famously reported as saying that the opposition must be strong in order to keep the government on its toes. Well, the late President Kenyatta soon convinced Moi, who was chairman of KADU, to disband his party and join KANU, thus immobilizing the only opposition to KANU. As a reward, he appointed a Minister for Home Affairs in 1964. Moi was to work closely with President Kenyatta. And in 1967, just 4 years after independence, Kenyatta named Moi his number 2, a post he held until Kenyatta passed away in 1978.
I find painful to speak about Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, who has been my father, my teacher.
As vice president, Moi was perceived as unambitious and fiercely loyal to his boss. The power barons around the late president did not view him as a real threat to their hold on power at that time or in the near future.
Naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya na kuitumikia kwa moyo wangu wote.
When Moi took the oath of office in 1978, the then so-called Kiambu Mafia, who had been exercising the real power during Kenyatta's twilight years, dismissed Moi as a passing cloud. They did not believe that he would be president for much long.
Vice President Mr. Daniel Arap Moi is now President of Kenya for the next 90 days until an election is held for the future President of Kenya.
Fate had placed Vice President Moi in a strategic position. He assumed his role as president for 90 days, after which elections were to be held. He looked meek and worried, and certain of what the future held for him. He was aware of how badly the Kiambu Mafia wanted him out of the way.
Of our father, who passed away last night.
When Moi assumed the reins of power, Kenya was a vibrant economy, raring to go. And the president was determined to make it even more vibrant. A development-conscious leader, you could say. Coming from an arid region, environmental conservation was close to his heart. He traversed the country, personally taking charge of soil conservation programs. Remember the Gabions? He rolled up his sleeves and got down to work. What better way to lead than by example?
Mawe.
Na Mungu alipoumba ulimwengu siku ya 7 ikasema kila kitu ni mzuri. Hiyo ni kweli hapana? Aliweka miti ya kusitiri au kuweka maji, miti ya kutumia kwa kuni, miti ya aina yote, miti ya kuwezesha nyuki kupata asali au kunyonya maua atengeneze asali.
He was certainly at peace with the greenery. The tree nurseries were nurtured with tender care, and there were probably enough trees to his name to make Professor Wangari Maathai very envious. If you cut down one tree, plant 2 was the policy. And just like today, healthcare was a big challenge to the budding nation. Hospitals were few and far between. Harambee was the answer. Resources were quickly put together, and Nyayo wards sprung up across the country. You know who laid the foundation stones. And never mind that the Nyayo wards are now a reminder of a brilliant development agenda gone awry. Public hospitals are a national shame, dirty, crowded, and lacking in essential medicines. And of course, those with connections in the right places now own homes in what was once a coveted national resource, forests. The Nyayo T-zones and the Nyayo buses to improve access to urban transport. And oh yes, the Nyayo Pioneer car were all part of the grand plan. Then, one day in the wee hours of August 1, 1982, unknown to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, his junior officers attempted to topple him as their commander and President of the Republic. It was the darkest day in the history of the country. The nation survived military rule by a whisker. Kenyans were so terrified, but one Kenyan was more terrified than them all. That Kenyan was President Moi. Clearly shaken, the president sought to assure Kenyans that all was well after all. So, at 6 p.m. August 1, 1982, the president went on national television, the then Voice of Kenya.
Yale yaliyotokea leo asubuhi kwa muda mfupi iliyoletea wananchi wasiwasi mwingi.
Well, that was perhaps the only time you ever saw a nervous Moi. That Sunday, he emerged from the studios a totally different man. Priority number one, never again. No one would ever again attempt to wrest power from him using unconstitutional means and perhaps not even constitutional. Political survival became his primary concern. The president then started dislodging remnants of the Kiambu Mafia who had surrounded him. The following year, in 1983, then powerful Minister for Constitutional Affairs Charles Mugane Njonjo was forced to resign on allegations of trying to topple Moi with the aid of unspecified foreign masters. Moi set up the Njonjo Commission of Inquiry, in which he was accused of being a traitor. President Moi promptly pardoned him, and a completely humiliated Njonjo retreated from public life. Then followed a crackdown on political dissidents and underground movements agitating for greater freedom. Many people were put behind bars. The so-called Mwakenya dissidents were detained, often without trial, on allegations of trying to undermine the legally established government of Kenya. The president then put machinery in place to ensure that the ruling party, KANU, became the supreme organ of the land. Some 9 years after the coup attempt, President Moi was to admit that August 1, 1982 was indeed a turning point in his checkered political career.
Mpaka mwaka wa 82 si tulikuwa na watu kitu kimoja. Mwaka wa 81, 79 wakati wa hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta, japokuwa hatukuja kuandikisha kupiga marufuku, tulikuwa kitu kimoja.
That was the day Moi gave the green light for the repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, paving the way for the creation of President Moi of the 1990s. The 1992 election proved a formidable challenge to Moi's rule, but against all expectations, he weathered the storm.
I've restrained myself. They have abused even me. That's democracy. They have abused everybody. But there is limit for everything. I've forgiven them for abusing me, but no further.
He emerged from the 1992 election more battle-hardened than ever before, and asked if he would consider co-opting the opposition into government, Moi was categorical.
Those who will secure 20 or 30 members, and others 10 or 5 will be in the opposition on the opposition bench to criticize the government. Now it is up to the government to see how the country runs.
Meanwhile, As Moi mastered the art of political survival and consolidation of political power, he had little time to ensure that his lieutenants deliver on his 1978 pledge to ensure sustainable development and prosperity of the Kenyan people. Corruption became a byword in the management of public affairs. It became widespread and deeply rooted. Kenyans do not consider what belongs to the government as their own to mind. So, a few fat cats have plundered every imaginable public resource, public land, forests, pocketed all the money meant for the development of infrastructure. And it became fashionable for civil servants to demand bribes to offer services for which they are paid a salary to deliver. This, coupled with the need for greater freedoms, led to the intense agitation which characterized the last 12 years of President Moi's rule. But even President Moi's most fierce critics cannot begrudge him of the important role he played in holding the country together in peace. Despite the eruption of ethnic clashes in the 1990s, Kenya has remained relatively calm compared to the rest of the neighboring states. Whoever said Moi was a passing cloud, that cloud certainly stayed on for 24 years. For End of an Era, Farida Karne reporting. To many of his critics, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the 42-year-old graduate of economics and political science, crash-landed on the political scene just over a year ago, plucked from relative political oblivion by his mentor, President Moi. Few saw it coming. However, according to informed sources within the corridors of power, Project Uhuru was indeed a project, a long-term undertaking dating back to 1993.
Download the Glovo app, order anything you want and dance away.
Of course, at the time, Moi's retirement, or indeed Uhuru Kenyatta's role in it, was still hazy. But President Moi wanted Kenyatta's son on his side. After all, his father founded KANU and wooed him over from the then opposition Kenya African Democratic Union KADU. In the first multi-party election in 1992, Uhuru was then working closely with the leader of the unregistered Sabasaba Asili Party, Kenneth Matiba, and later with the Democratic Party's Moi Kibaki. But Moi won the 1992 election against all odds.
Most of the Western world countries have been partisan. They've been supporting members of the opposition.
He won anyway, and he started making overtures to Uhuru to abandon his undercover activities within the opposition and work with him and for him in the ruling party. At that time, Moi desperately needed the populous Kikuyu on his side, and the Kenyatta name he hoped would work magic to restore the confidence of the community, which had little regard for him. It is rumored that Moi even promised to nominate Uhuru to parliament. But suspicious of President Moi's intentions, Uhuru declined the nomination offer. Come 1997, and Moi was back on Uhuru's case. This time, he wanted him to contest the Gatundu South parliamentary seat. Moi was, however, categorical that Uhuru had to run on a KANU ticket. Uhuru is said to have told the president of the hostility towards KANU in central Kenya. Give it a try, persisted the president. He did, and lost to Moses Muhia, then of the Social Democratic Party.
I would possibly agree that it is not my initiative, because as I've been a team player, and I have always been ready to work with anybody who has the interests both of our party and of the country at heart. And from that perspective, I think I was prepared to play, as I've said many, many times in the past, any role that I would be offered, either by my party or by Kenyans.
Even the decision to contest the highest job on the land was not entirely his own. But there had to be a way to push Kenyatta's son Uhuru to the political limelight. How about Thika Kanu branch chairman? Okay, not good enough though. Give him additional duties. Then, in 1998, Uhuru was chosen to head the Disaster Emergency Response Committee. The committee was charged with the responsibility of coordinating and raising funds for relief activities in northern Kenya. He probably was not sufficiently prominent in this position. And how about tourism? A complete disaster after the Likoni clashes in 1997. Trying to sort out the mess might give him the exposure. So, he was appointed chairman of the Kenya Tourism Board. The year is 1999. He did a fairly good job in restoring confidence in the industry, whose image had been badly dented by insecurity. Meanwhile, it's been more than a year since Moi named his cabinet after the 1997 general election, but he still has not named a vice president. Several names are touted as potential vice presidents: Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, and Katana Ngala. Mudavadi and Ngala even take turns in parliament, acting as leader of government business, a job normally done by the vice president. 14 months after naming his cabinet in January 1998, Moi reappointed Saitoti as vice president. In the meantime, the professor of politics has started giving indications that he will call it a day after his final constitutional 5-year term, which expires on January 4th, 2003. Few believe him, but he goes on the record anyway, not once, but countless times.
People overseas think that Moi would like to cling to power. Nataka kutangazia nyinyi kwamba wakati wa kustaafu kwangu umefika baada ya uchaguzi huu.
Then he introduces an interesting dimension. When I do retire, I will hand over power to the younger generation, he asserts. And you have the young Turks jostling to outdo each other, trying to expound on the president's statement.
It can only be fair if the 21st century is given to the .com generation.
Wananchi wetu wanaendelea kufilisika kwa sababu viongozi wenyewe waendelea kujitafutia yao. Na ikiwa wataendelea, tuwasema basi vijana wako tayari kuungana, kufanya kazi pamoja, ndio tuweze kusaidia wananchi wa taifa hili letu la Kenya.
We have no history of being losers. We shall deliver. Na tunaangalia yeye uso yake, tunaangalia macho yake vizuri sana. Tunataka atumie sign yoyote kuonyesha ni direction gani, and will be in full combat gear.
Elders katika bunge, kila mmoja wao akiwa mwanasiasa anasema mimi niko na vijana. They are proud of the youth. Mimi niko na vijana. I think it is time hata sisi kama vijana tuseme sisi tuko na wazee.
Of course, Professor gives no age limit to the young Turks generation. He's mentioning no names either, and hope is kept alive since many of them believe they fit the young Turks bill. So, all the president's men line up in his praise. Then one day, he returns from a foreign trip and looks deliberately at the battery of cabinet ministers who have trooped to the airport to meet him, and according to him, none among them is good enough to succeed him. They all laugh and clap hard. His then Vice President George Saitoti is among those present. As usual, everyone thinks that the president is cracking a practical joke. Well, maybe he was, but then again, he was serious. By his own admission, it had taken him 4 years of careful consideration of his cabinet to come to the conclusion that none among members of his cabinet were fit to succeed him. And so in October last year, President Moi decided on the need for a crash succession program, quickly nominating Uhuru Kenyatta to parliament and appointing a minister soon after. The young Turks are meanwhile still singing his praises as they help him craft the merger between KANU and the defunct National Development Party, the NDP. In March this year, the merger deal is sealed and Uhuru Kenyatta, Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, Katana Ngala, alongside NDP's Raila Odinga, are placed at the ruling party's top hierarchy. The deal achieves two purposes. It ages out Moi's long-term friends, Joseph John Kamotho, who was then Secretary General of KANU, and then Vice President George Saitoti. Secondly, the merger gives KANU a much-needed facelift. Besides, it boosts its parliamentary strength, with 21 MPs crossing over from the NDP. By now, many have a rough idea that the merger lineup has something to do with Moi's succession plan. But just a select few are privy to the details. Few know that Uhuru is in fact the first among equals, slated for greater things. Sources tell Nation TV that in fact before the merger deal, some of those within the party who harbored ambitions of succeeding Moi were summoned for a meeting with the president at his Kabarak home. Those present included Uhuru himself, Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Odinga, Musalia Mudavadi, and William Ruto. They all commit themselves to supporting whoever Moi picks as the ruling party's presidential candidate. At that stage, it was easy to extract that commitment since Moi had not indicated that it was in fact Uhuru he had settled on. 5 months after the merger deal in March this year, Moi shows up at a public rally in far-flung Mount Elgon district to anoint Uhuru as his preferred heir. It's a day Moi will probably never forget. Although he was his usual self, confident and finding something to tickle him, it was the beginning of the worst rebellion ever Moi has ever had to endure in his party. For End of an Era, Farida Kaune reporting.
He has been in Parliament for most of his life. To be precise, Emilio Mwai Kibaki can boast of 40 straight years as an MP. It is now time to tell his story, an open-ended one for that matter, as he is yet to drop a full stop and close his political CV. Yes, it's a story of a man who swallowed the bait of politics at the age of 29 years and who now at the age of 71 is still chewing it. The reason? The presidency. Twice he has given it a shot and twice he has missed the target. Just who is Mwai Kibaki? Is he a political coward or a fierce go-getter? Is he a dreamer of an elusive political fantasy or a visionary leader unfairly denied his kind of job? Will he come next year go down the annals of history as a symbol of a golden opportunity squandered or as a symbol of the president Kenya almost missed? There the story starts. Kibaki, the man and his style of politics. It is here in Othaya Division that Mwai Kibaki was born in 1931, innocently unaware of what he would be like 71 years later. Those who went to school with the young Kibaki use the word brilliant to describe him. Mzee Joseph Mwangi remembers one sad day for Kibaki at the Karima Mission Primary School. One day, he failed a mathematical sum.
Yeye alikuwa mwanafunzi asiyefanana na wengine sababu alikuwa mwerevu zaidi. Hatuja mshida, siku moja alishindwa kwa hesabu akalia. Alipolia sisi akamwambia ameanguka, akalia tena. Kwa hivyo hakujua siku nyingine.
In 1960, local politicians led by the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga reportedly sent for Kibaki, then a lecturer at Makerere University. They wanted him to assist in the drafting of the KANU Constitution. Thus, in Easter that year, Kibaki returned and became the first KANU National Executive Officer, a position he held until 1962.
And it showed my own commitment, because at that particular time, it was not relevant whether you are paid or not paid. We had to work very hard, because we believed, we were committed to the achievement of independence, which we did.
He was the MP for Bahati, later renamed Makadara, between 1963 to 1974. Then he shifted base to Othaya constituency in Nyeri district, where he has enjoyed an uninterrupted 28-year record. Less than a year into the vice presidency, Kibaki started what would later qualify as his darkest political phase. He came under serious political strain from the then Attorney General Charles Njonjo at the behest of President Moi. Never mind that Njonjo is the same person who in 1976 teamed up with Kibaki to oppose the Change the Constitution movement, a fierce campaign whose aim was to prevent President Moi from being the automatic successor to Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. The battle to discredit Kibaki worsened after 1980 when Njonjo quit his seat as the AG to join parliamentary politics, winning the Kikuyu seat. He was appointed Minister for Constitutional Affairs. Gigi Kariuki, another of Njonjo's comrades in the war against Kibaki, was elevated to the powerful post of Minister for Internal Security. As is characteristic of him, Kibaki chose not to hit back.
People who want aggression, they forget what I believe is fundamental. In life, between persons, the most important thing is not that you hit the other fellow and knock him down. It is rather that you come to understand each other, that you speak to him. You try and cause, then he'll become your friend, and you cooperate. So in my approach to any problem, I'm seeking always to a way that we can do it together, rather than some friends of mine who think that if you have a contrary opinion, their mission is to make sure they knock you down and you're out of their way. They think you're blocking. But I have always believed that we must seek reconciliation between human beings. That is a more lasting solution.
Those who have interacted with Kibaki politically or otherwise confirm the consistency in his gentleman-style politics. John Keane, with whom Kibaki in the early 60s popularized KANU, says aggressiveness has conspicuously been lacking in Kibaki's political career.
I've known Mwai for more than 40 years. During the struggle of independence in this country, Mwai was the executive officer of KANU, and I was the national organizing secretary of KANU. Mwai's political style is incompatible with the intrigues, manipulation, political manipulations, dishonesty of this country. Mwai is a thorough gentleman. He is his style of politics is more British.
Political intrigues within KANU targeting Kibaki increased in the run-up to the 1985 KANU elections. The vice president had no doubt been pushed to the wall. His decision to stay on in the party at that time will forever remain his most regrettable political decision.
In 1984, when I sensed what was going on and we could see the changes that have begun to set in, that was the right moment we should have resigned.
After the KANU elections, the battle was taken to his Nyeri district backyard. Veteran politician Waruru Kanja was President Moi's pointman in Nyeri insofar as this battle was concerned. Since then, Kibaki and Waruru remain sworn political enemies.
We can always look back and see their political track record. Yeah? Because it's not fair to say because one is in this party, will be able to deliver when he comes to the government. What did he achieve when he was, say, for instance, in KANU in the past?
Another humiliation was to come after the 1988 elections when Kibaki was dropped from the vice presidency. Many expected him to resign from the government. He did not. Instead, he spread the KANU gospel the more. At one time, he likened the strength of KANU with the proverbial mugumo tree, which he said could not be felled by a razor. It was only after the advent of multi-party politics that Kibaki quit KANU to form the Democratic Party. The time to fight KANU from outside had come. How has Kibaki succeeded in opposition politics? Will he be third time lucky? All this coming up in another edition of End of an Era.
In 1989, communism collapsed, and with it went 3 decades of a Cold War between the former Soviet Union and its allies, also known as the Eastern Bloc, and the United States and its allies, known as the West. And with that emerged a new world economic and social order. There was now only one superpower, the United States of America. Every country on the globe had to sing its song, and Kenya was not an exception.
In such a world, Cold War deterrence is no longer enough. To maintain peace, to protect our own citizens and our own allies and friends, we must seek security based on more than the grim premise that we can destroy those who seek to destroy us.
Dissent became open. Phrases which would previously have landed one in detention became an anthem. The wind of change had started to blow across Kenya.
They have accused me of masterminding disorders here. You name it, they've accused me of it.
Eventually, Moi gave in to pressure. In a historic KANU National Delegates Conference of 1991, the ruling party was mandated to scrap Section 2A of the Constitution, which had made KANU the only legal political party.
Kitu mimi nauliza nyinyi leo, ili tuone hawa walio katika siasa, wale walio watumishi wa serikali, sisi tuseme kwamba tufungue, tuondoe ile section ya katiba ya Kenya ya 2A.
Na kwa hivyo, kama ulivyotuambia mtukufu rais, mimi kwangu naunga mkono, kwa sababu hawa watu wanaitwa Ford na wengine wameendelea kudanganya wananchi ya kuwa kuna kitu wananyimwa.
The first real opposition party, Forum for the Restoration of Democracy, was riding high on the wave of change. Then, President Moi's once trusted friends started to desert him. They went one by one. But it was the resignation of Mwai Kibaki, the then Minister for Health, on Christmas Day 1991, which shook many.
I have resigned from the government, and that a detailed statement will be issued tomorrow.
He was later joined by powerful politicians, mainly from the Central Province, to found the Democratic Party. It was to become a formidable opposition to KANU.
Now Ford!
But it was Ford which was the real challenge. It attracted hundreds of thousands of supporters, and for a while it looked set to wrest power from Moi. But that was long before the disintegration. Apart from the Democratic Party eating into the opposition vote, Ford, the once indomitable party that shook the nation, split into two. Ford Kenya, led by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and Ford Asili, led by Kenneth Matiba. Moi took full advantage of the disunity in the opposition to beat them fair and square in two successive elections. The irony is that on both elections, the combined opposition votes far surpassed KANU's. Among the unflattering issues for which President Moi's regime will be remembered is corruption. Despite a declared war against the vice, there was massive plunder of state resources that disaffected both Kenyans and her donors. It is the vice that led to the chilly relationship between the government and the Bretton Woods institutions.
The IMF did not say establish CASA. The IMF said, we agree to fight corruption. You agree with that? How are you going to fight it? The government said, okay, we will set up CASA. CASA was functioning. CASA was showing results. The court said CASA is unconstitutional. We have no quarrel with that. That's the business for the court. The question becomes, if it is not constitutional, how are you going to fight corruption?
But perhaps the worst scars left by the wind of change are those of tribal clashes. For the first time since independence, brother rose against brother, leaving a trail of bloodshed and destruction in the aftermath. In parts of Nyanza, the Rift Valley and coast provinces, hundreds of people were killed and thousands others were displaced during the clashes. But it is the people with whom Moi worked, how he chose them, how he dumped them, and how he recycled them that baffled his subjects. Charles Jonjo is a case study. In his day, he wielded absolute power. Yet, at that time, he was a civil servant. Once in a while, he hiked a lift in the presidential limousine. When his time came, he fell with a thud and left the scene in disgrace. About 10 years later, Moi needed him. He was rehabilitated and is now an ardent supporter of Moi's. And it was not only Jonjo. Many others found themselves in the same cycle. Joseph Kamotho and George Saitoti are just but the latest casualties. That was Moi's style of playing game, and he won it. As he leaves the field, it may be right to say that Moi did not lose to the politicians after all, but rather it was communism that died, and with it came a new world order. Moi fell to the new world economic and social order.
An open government whose leadership is responsive to the wishes of its people and which is accountable to the electorate, whose will is expressed in free and fair elections held at regular intervals in which all adult Kenyans are eligible to vote. That is the government that the Democratic Party promises to establish in Kenya.
And with that statement, Mwai Kibaki was a transformed politician.
DP! DP!
The suppressed ambitions came to bear. In DP, Kibaki found for himself a microphone through which to hit at the same man under whom he had served as the country's vice president for 10 years. The DP euphoria spread like a bushfire across central Kenya, but it was later to be challenged by a similar euphoria that competed for attention in the same region, the Ford Asili euphoria, or simply Kenneth Matiba. This way, the former vice president managed exclusive political authority only in Nyeri, his home district. In the 1992 elections, Kibaki came a disappointing third. Matiba was later to bow out after giving President Moi a run for his money in the 1992 elections, thus giving Kibaki more room to spread the DP tentacles and eat into the Gema vote bloc.
All these are the most...
And in 1994, Jaramogi died, triggering leadership wrangles in Ford, Kenya. The absence of Matiba and Jaramogi meant that Kibaki performed better in 1997, coming in second after President Moi.
Almost every single party has had no reservation whatsoever regarding the need for us to get rid of Moi.
He took up the seat as leader of the official opposition in Parliament in 1998. After losing for the second time, the opposition realized it was time to change its approach to politics. Together with Wamalwa Kijana of Ford Kenya and Charity Ngilu, then in the Social Democratic Party, Kibaki, as the opposition chief, embarked on a mission seeking a united front. A strong opposition would, among other things, counter KANU, especially for the fact that President Moi was around the same time wooing Raila Odinga from the opposition. Kibaki, Wamalwa and Ngilu founded the National Alliance for Change, eventually transforming the alliance into a party, the National Alliance Party of Kenya. The climax of this unity bid was the announcement of the NARC leadership lineup with Kibaki as the presidential nominee.
It is now my greatest pleasure to introduce to you the next President of the Republic of Kenya.
Tulipoanza ilikuwa tu kwamba sisi tuliamini lazima tupate njia
ya kuunganisha Wanakenya ili tufaulu na tutimize yale tulitaka kutimiza 1992 na 1997 na hatukuweza kuyatimiza kwa sababu tulikuwa tumegawanyika.
A significant boost for Kibaki and NARC came when renegade top KANU officials and ministers quit the party and government to join the opposition through the Liberal Democratic Party. They were protesting at President Moi's open preference for Uhuru Kenyatta as his successor. Their driving force was to fight KANU from outside through supporting the idea of a single opposition presidential candidate.
It now gives me great pleasure to present to you our next President of Kenya, Honorable Mwai Kibaki.
I personally feel very challenged by the honor that has been bestowed on me by my colleagues, by the parties we have formed, but I even feel more challenged because I am fully aware of the job that is ahead of us. But I am encouraged by one thing. When I've looked around and talked to people with whom we have finally agreed on how to proceed, and with whom we have begun putting together the manifesto we shall present to Kenyans, I am convinced that we have a team which is going to be very, very strong, very powerful.
This unity of purpose brought forth the National Rainbow Coalition. Once again, the lucky card fell on Emilio Mwai Kibaki. That is the political path Mwai Kibaki, who's now 71, has walked in the opposition politics. From a clenched fist salute to a two-finger salute. One wonders, how will Kibaki treat those who cleared the path for him? How will he manage to hold together the fragile parties under NARC? What role is he likely to play to ensure NARC, if it forms the next government, survives the 2007 elections without him? All this in the next edition of The End of an Era.
The late President Kenyatta was a robust politician, a man who made his presence felt. The founding father of the nation also found time to be a father to his children. He had 2 sons with his third wife, Mama Ngina. They named their eldest son, now 42, Uhuru. Uhuru grew up amongst his siblings in their home in Gatundu. And was only 18 when his father died.
The one thing that always was a pillar of strength. He always felt that so long as he was there, nothing could ever go wrong, right? There was always somebody, or there was always a shoulder to lean on. It took time for us to actually realize that he wasn't there anymore.
24 years after the demise of that pillar of strength, Uhuru is trying to walk. No, actually, has been forced to try and walk the path his late father did. He's trying to succeed President Moi as the country's third president.
I would possibly agree that it is not my initiative, because as I said, I've always been a team player and I've always been ready to work with anybody who has the interests both of our party and of the country at heart. And from that perspective, I think I was prepared to play, as I've said many, many times in the past, any role that I would be offered, either by my party or by Kenyans.
And here, the story begins. Why did Moi settle on Uhuru? Why did he risk all the friendships he had built over the years? in the words of his critics, to force down the throats of his party supporters, or indeed the wider Kenyan public, a man they knew so little about.
Wangeniuliza kama wangekuwa waaminifu kwangu, Rais, umetaja kijana huyu ukitumia mambo gani kuwezesha arrive at that decision?
President Moi never quite answered that question. But according to those who have his ear, the reasons are as varied and as controversial as the Project Uhuru salesmen themselves. Apparently, Moi isn't quite proud of his track record. He would have loved to leave behind a vibrant Kenya, a land of opportunity, and he blames those he appointed to positions of responsibility for his failures.
Nimewasaidia kwa kila kitu hapa, mwishowe wanaondoka na kunilaumu. Kama mtu alikuwa na wizara, anaendesha wizara fulani, anasema Moi, mimi nilikuwa waziri pale.
But to many Kenyans, this excuse does not hold water. The buck stops at the presidency. Being Kenya's chief executive, the president could have fired such government officials and hired competent men and women. He didn't. Instead, political patronage replaced merit in the management of public affairs over the years. Now, Uhuru's salesmen argue that Moi wanted Kenya's third president to make a clean break, to start afresh, and he thought those who had worked under him knew no better way of managing public affairs other than patronage and personal entrenchment. He is reported to be painfully aware that his cronies have formed spiderweb cartels that an insider would find difficult to dismantle. According to this school of thought, Moi wanted a complete newcomer, someone who could introduce his own style of management and overhaul the system. And he had to look outside his government for this person. And that is how Uhuru Kenyatta landed the title of preferred successor.
I think there is one credit you must give to the president, that he can read the public mood and read it well. The president did read very well that Kenyans needed change. And I don't think they are going to settle for anything less than change. And Uhuru will give that change that Kenyans want and are looking for. He is a new person. We want to do the business of our country in a different way. The way we have done the business of our country, I think Kenyans want a change. We want new players. We want people who can do things in a different way, in a better way.
Even later-day converts to the Moi cause feel they have something to credit Moi with.
Uhuru is fresh. He has a global perspective, which is today's way of doing things.
And in the tribal calculations of Kenya's politics, Uhuru's surname was certainly an added advantage to his CV. Moi hoped that Kenyatta would have more national appeal.
Na naweza kubeba mzigo, si kama mimi, ataweza kubeba kubwa kama mimi. Atabeba kadiri ile anaweza, na kwa usaidizi wetu ataweza kubeba.
And there is more. Project Uhuru salesmen say Kenya needed someone who could say no to his friends. And to qualify the argument, they say those who have worked with Moi could never have said no to him. They wouldn't even have the guts to criticize him. They claim that in fact, had it not been for Raila Odinga's prodding, many of those now heading the NAC presidential campaign would still be in Kanu, singing Moi's praises.
The ruling party must demonstrate flexibility in terms of democratic practice.
Apparently, Moi's cronies even had trouble with Uhuru when he hit the campaign trail, pointing out mistakes in the Moi administration.
We have indeed made mistakes. Yes, we have indeed there are some areas that we have definitely not gone the right path or not followed the right path. And I would like to see us be able to say, okay, let's now draw a line. This is where we start from. Let's learn from the mistakes that we've made in the past, and let's use that learning experience to be able to help us and to move us forward into the future.
It is said that so much was the pressure for Uhuru to drop the Moi bashing line in his campaigns that he had to seek the president's express authority in order to campaign along those lines. But whether in fact Uhuru can say no to his own friends is debatable. How, for instance, if elected president, is he going to brush off his chief campaigners, some of whom are said to have questionable track records?
Whatever positions that will be made available in my government will be based on ability and on merit, not on any other agenda. And that is a position that I hold and I am very clear about. And I think not only do we need, as I say, we need to, the essential aspect of better governance is the introduction of those ethos of integrity, hard work, commitment, and individuals who will bear and will carry those ethos forward will be the individuals that we shall work with. Individuals who do not have those ethos will have no part to play in any government of the future.
The perceived imposition by President Moi has been Uhuru's greatest challenge in his campaign. He is viewed through Moi's lenses, and critics are always on the lookout for a sinister motive in Moi's political moves.
Kibaki may emerge on the basis of consensus, but Uhuru is emerging in a background, an unfortunate background of a very acrimonious political process in which his friends and foes within KANU and outside KANU are saying he has been imposed. Now, that is a big liability for somebody who is coming into public life in a significant way for the first time and is running for the highest office in the land.
It did not help much when the president recently told Kenyans at a public rally that they will be voting for him if they voted for Uhuru. Uhuru's critics believe that Moi's choice of Uhuru had more to do with personal other than national considerations.
We are not here for ourselves alone. We are there as trustees of the future for Kenyans.
That this whole movement is intended to sideline Raila and to consign the Luo again to the periphery of politics in Kenya.
According to them, Moi is worried more about his security in retirement than restoring Kenya to its past glory of being the pride of Africa. They claim that President Moi is seeking protection from prosecution or otherwise for alleged economic crimes by his administration.
And I don't think that the issue of protection comes in any place. What we need to be able to focus on is where do we want to go? Why do we need to assume that the only way you can gain leadership position is if by cutting deals of protection? No. I think what KANU wants is the leap into the future.
But whatever the reasons for Moi's choice of Uhuru, that's all now water under the bridge. Uhuru Kenyatta is leading KANU's war against an immense opposition onslaught in the battle for State House. Will he weather the storm, or will he hand KANU its first defeat in 39 years? For End of an Era, Farida Karone reporting.
It was a day before the much-anticipated KANU presidential nominations at Kasarani. Everyone was keenly watching to see if the breakaway group from KANU would field a candidate against Uhuru Kenyatta. Raila Odinga and his newfound allies chose KANU headquarters at KICC to make the stand known.
itakuwa ni kitendo cha usalata mkubwa kwetu kama viongozi kwenda Kasarani kule tukiwa kama tunajua matokeo ya Kasarani tayari yanajulikana.
They would not, after all, go to endorse Uhuru's nomination. 2 days earlier, Raila led his cabinet colleagues in quitting government.
We, the 3 undersigned ministers and an assistant minister, do hereby tender our resignations from the government as ministers with immediate effect.
Kalonzo Musyoka was not there, but he eventually quit his comfortable cabinet posting and joined the rugged world of opposition ranks. His announcement came just hours before the Rainbow Alliance members made their way to Uhuru Park for what would turn out to be a turning point in Kenya's opposition politics. That was the mood as it emerged that Raila Odinga and company were joining the little-known Liberal Democratic Party. But that was not the end. The LDP was joining forces with the National Alliance Party of Kenya to form the National Rainbow Coalition, which now poses the strongest challenge to KANU's rule since independence.
Tutapeleka mswada kwa bunge ya kuangusha serikali na kufanya uchaguzi mara moja.
Analysts believe that Raila Odinga is the force behind this strong coalition. As campaigns gathered momentum, KANU's propaganda machine sent out word that he was set to take over from Kibaki after 6 months in power. His target was apparently Kijana Wamalo's post as Kibaki's number 2. That aside, it is not lost on many that the exit of Raila from KANU gave some muscle to hitherto KANU sycophants to quit the party.
Please help me welcome our partner for the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture, Ntate Motsepe. I guess at this point, you all know who I'm going to call. I haven't said anything. Please help me welcome the former president of the U.S., President Barack Obama. Without sitting down, I would like us to please sing the national anthem of South Africa. This will be rendered by the Soweto Gospel Choir. I have to tell you that I tried to audition and they rejected me. And I'm still trying to sing for the Soweto Gospel Choir. So I'll still try, Prof. There they come. Thank you very much. Soweto Gospel Choir. They will be back again later when they will be singing together with Kirk Whalum and Thandiswa Mazwai. So there will be a music tribute at the end. Now, I'd like you to please help me welcome someone actually who was so brave when she's surrounded by these men and they were trying to get hold of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, and she said, I will do it. And we are collaborating with them at the moment. And this young lady, she will be our program director for the day. Please help me welcome Busi Mkumbuzi.
President Cyril Ramaphosa, President Barack Obama, Mrs. Graça Machel, Professor Njabulo Ndebele, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, and Mr. Sello Hatang. Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, past and present, honorable ministers, members of parliament, provincial premiers, mayors, and all members of government, leaders of opposition parties, veterans of the liberation struggle, former Nelson Mandela lecture speakers, business leaders, and leaders of faith-based organizations, political and social activists, members of the Mandela family, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, and the world. It is an honor to stand before you today to celebrate the centenary of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Whom former President Barack Obama describes as more than a man, but as being a symbol of the struggle for justice, equality, and dignity in South Africa and all across the globe. In 1994, the year of my birth, Madiba emerged as president of a democratic South Africa. From the onset, he was committed to turning a country torn apart by years of colonialism and apartheid into a fully functioning democracy where all South Africans are equal before the law. And yet, despite our notable progress, the situation right now in the world calls on us to reflect deeply. Global political trends portray a concerted assault against the democratic values that Mandela and his contemporaries espoused. All over the world, there is a resurgence of racial and class exclusivity, of nationalism, and the maintenance of gross inequality through corruption and systematic greed. Patriarchy persists at the peril of women and the LGBT community. We did not think that so far into democracy, so many people would again face the threats of losing their elemental rights, their freedom, and their dignity. This is therefore an auspicious occasion, ladies and gentlemen, to reflect on the principles and values that defined Mandela's life and legacy. Principles such as tolerance, inclusivity, reconciliation, and the rule of law. These principles underpin Madiba's legacy and can heal the world of its social ills. These principles also broke the political deadlock in the 90s, and I truly believe that they need to be invigorated in 2018. Standing before you as a young black woman born and bred in the sprawling working class townships of Soweto, this occasion must especially motivate the youth. It must motivate them to take the forefront in the endless struggle to sustain livelihoods globally. During this centennial celebration of Madiba's birth, I encourage all dignitaries, institutions of government, business, and all fervent supporters of Mandela's legacy to put their weight behind the youth, who I believe are the true custodians of our future. With no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to mark the opening of this special occasion, it is a great privilege to welcome the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Nelson Mandela Foundation. He is an established scholar who has been a key figure in South African higher education, an author whose critical and creative writing have tackled the effects of apartheid on black communities, protest, democracy, and reconciliation. Please give a resounding applause to Professor Njabulo Ndebele.
President Ramaphosa, President Obama, Mama Machel, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, and so many distinguished guests who out there who have graced our occasion with your presence. And ladies and gentlemen, all of you from far and near. On behalf of the trustees of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, I welcome you to the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture. Thank you for joining us in your numbers to remember Madiba on the eve of what would have been his 100th birthday, and for doing so by coming to listen to a lecture by an extraordinary leader, President Barack Obama. This is the biggest Nelson Mandela lecture we have ever hosted, something eminently appropriate, I think, for the centenary. Our late trustee, the Venerable Ahmed Kathrada, never stopped demanding that we should hold the lecture in a stadium. Today, he has finally got his wish. "28 years ago, with one hand clasped around the hand of Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, the other raised in a fist, Nelson Mandela walked out of Victor Verster prison into a country waiting for his leadership. Would he, outside prison at last, continue to inspire as much as he had done when he was inside? In a racially polarized society where political friends and enemies were frighteningly easy to identify by skin color, few South Africans were aware just how Mandela's release represented a unique and unexpected ways the complex art of the possible. It required that he take enormous personal risks to lay foundations for a negotiated end to over 3 centuries of racist, economic, and social oppression in South Africa. He had to find a way of cutting across embedded histories, structures of governing, and the human attitudes they had given life to over time. He had to find a way for South Africans to begin to see one another differently. It was a task that required a particular kind of leader. Now, for this particular leader, there are countless anecdotes that individually capture some essence of him. The anecdotes collected recently and published in one of our centenary publications, which bears the title, I Remember Nelson Mandela, makes for a most joyous read that I recommend. These anecdotes are told by many from various stations of life who worked for Madiba or for his organizations. But today I want to recall a personal all-time favorite anecdote of mine. It is not in that book. Richard Stengel, who collaborated with Nelson Mandela on his autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, tells that particular one. And here it goes. We were once on this airplane flight down in Natal, and it was a prop plane. I think there were 6 seats in it, and there were maybe 4 of us in the plane. As soon as he gets in an airplane, he, Madiba, picks up a newspaper. He adores newspapers. For many years, he didn't have them and revels in the touch of them. And he reads every stupid story. And so we were sitting in this plane. The plane was up, and he was reading his newspaper. And we were about, I don't know, halfway there. And I saw, to my great horror, that the propeller had stopped going round. And he said very, very calmly, Richard, you might want to inform the pilot that the propeller isn't working. I said, yes, Madiba. I walked to the front of the plane, and the pilot was, of course, well aware of it and said, go back and sit down. We've called the airport. They have the ambulances out there, and they are going to coat the runway with foam or whatever they do. So I went back and told that to Madiba, and he just, in that very solemn way of his, mouth sort of down, listened and said, yes. And then picked up his newspaper and started reading. I was terrified, and I calmed myself by looking at him, and he was as calm as could be, like the prisoners on Robben Island that must have looked at him when they felt scared. He just looked as calm as could be. Well, the plane landed safely while Madiba retained his calm and flustered expression all the way as we stopped off the plane. But when they entered the airport, Madiba took advantage of a quiet moment with Stengel to make an unexpected confession. Man, he said, I was scared up there. So Madiba was able to put up the armor of self-composure to mask the turmoil and fear and uncertainty that was churning inside of him. The best part is by far in his honesty, to give words to his fears at the appropriate moment. There's a certain grandeur to it. This story displays something else about Madiba. It shows up Madiba, the politician, surprisingly, Madiba, the actor. He could enter the universe of all those he met, each and every one of them, at home and everywhere in the world, and be remembered universally for the genuineness of that particular moment. The actor in him was able to remove from the politician any semblance of guile, at the same time that the politician gave to the actor the semblance of power to effect change. In him, we could see an intriguing coexistence of power and beauty. It is a coexistence of attributes that he bequeathed to us in the hope that 24 years after the birth of our constitutional democracy, we will be more powerful and even more beautiful. Through Madiba the actor, displayed in this anecdote, I want to pay tribute, therefore, to all actors, artists, writers, dancers, musicians, who in their different art forms are able to feel intensely the characters they become, the thoughts they think, the feelings and emotions they feel deeply. They make real the experience of being truly alive. And being truly alive is what all South Africans today have to become once more, through an act of will and the courage to be clear-minded and steadfast in moments that require them to be courageous. There are many South Africans today in government, in their political parties, in offices of traditional authority, in their trade unions, in their churches, in their schools, and in their governing councils, and in their sports associations. They all play important leadership roles, but some will, by willful intent, have caused the propeller of the airplane of state to stop going round in midair, and who will go on to read a newspaper, see themselves in it, and pretend to be completely innocent. Some will even call a press conference and then say nothing at it. These are the characters that actors get to play as the bad guy. We saw in our Madiba anecdote the ability in a leader to suppress inner fears in order to be brave for other people. That way, people sharing a genuinely dangerous and precarious moment with a leader draw courage from a leader in the appearance of courage displayed by him. He then owns up to that moment later by revealing the fear he experienced after the fact. That way, he enables us to participate in the personal yet public dimensions of being human. I call on all those among our leaders who wear the faces of innocence to stop being the bad guy, step out of the airplane of those whose propeller they had willfully stopped, and after a safe landing, emerge from that plane and say, "Man, I have been corrupt." I am certain that Madiba would have approved as you do. Let us remember those 4 years of difficult negotiations in which, despite some significant loss of life, South Africans did not slide into a bloodbath of a racial war. Madiba's compass remained steadfast and trusted. With the birth of a new democracy achieved, Madiba, as president of the new Republic of South Africa, spent 5 years building constitutional, legislative, political, economic, and social coherence to support and promote a new democracy. Let us remember that the South African Constitution and the society envisaged by it placed participative humanity and belonging at its core. Such would be the country that Madiba dreamed of. His dreams were shared at the time by all political parties, trade unions, business institutions, civil society organizations, communities, and families throughout the land that all agreed to work together in a constitutional democracy to achieve these dreams. No one ever before, none ever before, had been head of state of South Africa for all the people of South Africa. Tirelessly, he worked to ensure that our democracy would become more strong. Indeed, it was strong enough to survive the predations and devastations of the last 10 years. Too many South Africans in that time have been left behind. Too many have become deeply alienated. Too many believe they have nothing to lose. The new governing party administration has provided strong evidence of a determination to clean up and fix broken institutions and restore the best hopes of a nation. But the demand from those left behind is for a fundamental transformation of our society. We give strength to our new president to rise to the occasion. To rise to the challenge with all of us, fellow citizens, by his side. Now, 10 years ago, progressive people around the world welcomed the election of a new president of the United States, Barack Obama. A leader who sought to bring hope and renewed optimism to a democracy more than 200 years old. To many, the Obama presidency offered the United States a dream of a global future that people could aspire to, one that inspired belief in human solidarities that could be forged across national, economic, social, and cultural divides. The realities of office, of course, tested him to the limit. Embedded histories and resilient structures of power proved to be formidable obstacles. Inclusivity as a democratic ideal had not become strong enough over the centuries of democracy to keep at bay racism, official forms of violence, and class-based insecurities that take on an ethnic, racial, and nationalistic forms of expression. To many observers, what we came to see in South Africa as a state capture seemed mirrored in the United States and other parts of the world by what we could call more accurately a capture of democracy. In this scenario, hostile forces to democracy ultimately attain legitimate electoral mandates only to subvert them. Public discourse shifts from the language of social cohesion to that of validating membership in what could be called political tribes. The persistence of structural racism and of denialism in relation to received structural privilege deepens historic divides, as do the whims of the market, structured through 5 centuries of global capitalism. Consequently, multitudes of people across the world live below basic poverty levels on the margins of in every other sense. In the centenary year of Nelson Mandela, we welcome the voice of President Obama to this platform. He has confronted the global challenges I have alluded to in ways that very few have. He has been in the crucible in ways reminiscent of Madiba during the dangerous, turbulent years of the 1990s here in South Africa. He has things to tell us which are worth listening to. He has ideas which I believe will need us to strive to hear the call of justice and begin to reimagine democracy. To conclude, let us find the Madiba in each of us. Let us be the legacy. Let's be the citizen who creates with other citizens our common future to restore beauty, purpose, dignity, and strength to our country. Let us be enriched by this beautiful day. I thank you.
Let us be the legacy. Thank you so much, Prof. Ndebele, for that enlightening and entertaining speech. Not only do you stand here as a giant in history, but as someone who has truly kept his pulse on what is a vibrant country that is finding its path to the future. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Prof. Ndebele. Our next speaker is an activist from humble beginnings who rose to become a world-renowned business leader. He is the founder of mining giant African Rainbow Limited, through which he has distinguished himself as an entrepreneur with exceptional skill. Not stopping there, however, this true son of Africa is a trailblazer in responsible corporate citizenship. His family is the first on the continent to make the Giving Pledge, with key areas of support including the fight against HIV and AIDS, cancer, and Ebola. This giant also supports education, music and arts, religious and non-governmental organizations. Through his pledge, he joins the likes of Bill Gates, Richard Branson, Warren Buffett, all of whom are prime examples of ethical and accountable business leadership required to effectively uplift the lives of all the people in the world. It is a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you Dr. Patrice Motsepe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the presence of each and every one of you is a living proof that the legacy, the spirit, the values of Nelson Mandela is alive. And also that the spirit of the Rainbow Nation. I mean, you represent South Africa in its beauty, in its inclusivity, in its common commitment to what Nelson Mandela stood for. And I think all of us take huge encouragement and huge inspiration from the commitment to uphold the legacy of Nelson Mandela and to continue this country on the path that he set for us. I'm now going to start by recognizing and paying my respect to President Ramaphosa and to welcome Barack Obama. Welcome back home, Barack. You represent the very best of America, the very best of Africa, and the very best of the world. Mama Graça Machel, we're most honored to see you here with us. The Mandela family, I saw Zinzi, Zenani, and various members of the Mandela family. Can we clap hands for them, please? the chairman of the Nelson Mandela Foundation and the CEO, the king of the Zulu nation, Isilo Samabanja, and all traditional leaders and kings who are here with us. His Grace Bishop Barnabas Lekhanyani, and all of the religious leaders and faith-based leaders who are here with us. And of course, in conclusion, recognition of all our ministers. I saw former President Kgalema Motlanthe. Mkhulu, welcome. You know, when we met many years ago, in the way we did, we'd always say, "Hola Madiba, hola. Hola Madiba, hola." Ukhona umoya wakaMadiba la, mina ngiyakuzwa lo moya lo. Moya wa Mandela uteng, moya wa Lerato le wa Kopano. En is eintlik ook belangrik, in die gees van Mandela is het belangrijk dat ons allemaal samen is. Is prachtig. And everything is stood for. Now, in 1994, when Nelson Mandela was inaugurated, it was a deeply, deeply emotional, it was a historic day, but a deeply, deeply emotional day for all of us. And I remember my wife and I, Precious, we shed a tear because I think many South Africans were very emotional. We never thought that we would live to see Mandela take that oath as president of this country and unite all of us and give hope and inspiration to all of us. But President Obama, we had the honor of also going to your inauguration in 2009, as well as in 2013. And we left and worked in America for some time. And to see you, a president whose father grew up in Africa, take the oath and say, "So help me God," was a deeply, deeply emotional experience for all of us. And on that day as well, we also shed a tear. And because it was living proof that in America, as well as in anywhere else in the world, and particularly in South Africa and in Africa, every young man, every young girl, through hard work and sacrifice, can realize the very, very highest of their dreams. And your presence here is a strong indication of that inspiration, that hope, and that belief in self-ability and the realization that indeed through hard work and sacrifice, our young people and all of us as a nation can realize the dreams that Madiba stood for and the dreams that each of us uphold. I think all of us have very special memories of Nelson Mandela. And when I was asked to say a few words on behalf of the Motsepe Foundation, I thought of two occasions that came to mind. On the one occasion, we had a meeting with Madiba as business leaders. And I think the meeting was in Sandton, at the Sandton Convention Center. And a few months afterwards, we had another meeting. And he called me aside and he called me aside and he said to me, there was something I liked in what you said at the business meeting at the convention center. And I was a bit embarrassed because that meeting was so many months ago and I didn't remember what I had said. So I sort of humbly asked, Tata, can you please remind me, what did I say? So I said, please remind me, what did I say? And he said, at that meeting, we made a statement that the future of the successful, the future of the educated, the future of the wealthy in South Africa, and the future of the families of the successful and wealthy is not bright, And in fact, they do not have a future if the poor and the unemployed and the marginalized have a future. And that memory stuck with me for many, many years afterwards. And that was partly why in 1999 we formed the Motsepe Foundation, and in 2013 joined the Giving Pledge, because it was also part of a recognition that all of us are what we are because of the people of this country, because of the sacrifices, because of the hard work. All of us in our lives had somebody who gave us a helping hand. And there's a huge, huge obligation on those of us who are in a position to make a humble contribution to give those who are less fortunate a brighter future. What is also important, particularly in this era of corruption, in this era of people in various positions of authority, particularly in government. But corruption is not confined to government. Many of us in the private sector also have to be very, very careful. In fact, in most cases, in order for you to have a corrupt politician, you need an equally corrupt businessman or an equally corrupt entrepreneur. In many instances in South Africa and in Africa and in many parts of the world, the initiators of corruption are us, business people, those of us in the private sector. And it is very, very, very important. There are so many people who sacrifice so deeply, and many of them paid the ultimate sacrifice. The ultimate sacrifice. There's a huge duty and a huge obligation on all of us to make sure, on all of us in the business community, on all of us in the private sector, to make sure that in our interactions and engagements with politicians, with senior politicians, and particularly with those politicians that those of us in the business community may have a relationship with, that we behave in a manner that reflects zero tolerance of corruption, zero tolerance of any insinuation of improper conduct, and it's even more important that corruption is not just seen to be not tolerated, but that in the minds of ordinary South Africans, there is indeed a perception that there's a huge commitment to zero corruption and to uproot corruption. Now I'm going to, it's fine, you can clap hands, it's fine. I'm now going to sit down, and I want to conclude by saying that once more, welcome home, Barack. You inspire us immensely, and we want to continue working with you to those values of equal opportunities, equal access to opportunities for ordinary citizens, and particularly for the poor and for young girls, and the values of freedom of speech, freedom of association, the sort of universally accepted values that gives hope and gives inspiration, that we adhere to them and uphold the legacy and the values of Mandela, and make sure that we build in this country the best place for all our people. South Africans are caring people, South Africans are loving people, and together we will make this the best place in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Motsepe. I think something that came through in his speech that many people don't in fact know is that Dr. Motsepe has very strong activist and political convictions. And that if we all have those convictions driving whatever work we do, the fruits of the work that we do becomes uplifting. We in fact extend this Hola Madiba Hola in December, when the Global Citizen Festival and the Madiba Foundation bring Beyonce to South Africa. With that being said, I now welcome our next speaker. Born in Gaza, Mozambique, she is a member of the Mozambican Liberation Front, which fought for and won independence in 1975. She is a humanitarian, a global advocate for women and children's rights, and an international stateswoman in her own right. She was married to Nelson Mandela from 1998 till his death. And when describing her, he once said that she makes him bloom like a flower. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to invite Mrs. Graça Machel to the podium.
President Cyril Ramaphosa, I can see Madiba smiling to hear me calling President Ramaphosa. President Barack Obama, Barack, I can't say how much I'm thrilled that you accepted our invitation to honor this occasion and to give us the opportunity once again to celebrate you too. So I welcome, and we are looking forward to listen to you. Professor Njabulu Debele, Patrice, my son, Busi, my daughter, honorary dignitaries and the esteemed guests here today. My two big families, the Mandela family, the Machel family, my very special brothers and sisters, the elders who are here represented, all of you South Africans, today you are very special. Good morning. No, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. I am overjoyed to learn of the multitude of festivities organized by governments, civil society organizations, businesses, entertainers, and individual citizens, including Madiba's grandchildren, from every corner of the globe commemorating Madiba's centenary and honoring the values he embodied. I can certainly say with no hesitation that these celebrations make Madiba incredibly happy and proud. I'd like to thank the Nelson Mandela Foundation for being a watchful custodian of Madiba's legacy and offering an important platform for public discourse and meaningful dialogue in the form of these Nelson Mandela annual lectures. In conjunction with the Nelson Mandela Foundation, I salute all the legacy institutions Madiba established, for they hold a special place in the grand kaleidoscope of organizations carrying out the important work of social transformation. I mean here the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital, the Mandela Rhodes Foundation, the Mandela Institute for Development Studies, and the elders. These organizations were personally founded or endorsed by Madiba and their mandates carry his blessing. Thank you for your tireless efforts to advance the causes that he held so dear. Madiba's centenary is an opportunity to acknowledge his incredible uniqueness in all its forms. Let us not celebrate him singly as an individual, however. As given the humble and modest man that he is, he sees himself as a representative of a broader collective leadership. Madiba's legacy is a rich tapestry woven over 100 years with the threads and colors of generations of leaders who came before him, as well as those who sat as his contemporaries. Let me pause here and ask you to celebrate with me Mama Albertina Sisulu, who also is turning 100 years this 2018. And with loud and loud so that Mama can hear, Utita Basadi, Utita Bokojo. Hello, Mama, we love you. Over decades, he was a student, Madiba was a student of African heritage and leadership traditions. He took close note of the philosophical leanings of a wide range of thought leaders. He dutifully analyzed the approaches of freedom fighters, political prisoners, and heads of state. He was also inspired by the activism of artists, creatives. The struggle hero, the skillful strategist, the visionary statesman, the global icon he is considered today, is a product, of this collective leadership. The tapestry of his legacy is woven by generations and generations of great thinkers and strategists, freedom fighters in all their interactions, as well as the unnamed and unknown who piqued his imagination, sharpened his keen intellect, and kept his moral fortitude alight. As we celebrate him and honor his contributions to the world, we must remember that while his political party, the African National Congress, strategically thrust him forward as the symbolic face of the struggle, and the world embraced him as such, he was not acting in singular isolation. He, in fact, regarded himself as a representative of a much broader, powerful conglomeration of activists who, in their unique and varied ways, were driving the attainment of political freedom. He considered himself a simple foot soldier. We remember on his jubilant release, he exclaimed, I quote, "I stand here before you, not as a prophet, but as a humble servant of you, the people." We, the people, need unifying symbols in which we rally around. And we often elevate symbols who take on the dreams and aspirations of millions of us to deity-like status. Madiba became a selfless symbol of unrelenting resistance, of hope, of resilience, and of victory. He embodied the sacrifices, courage, and determination of millions who worked in concert to overthrow the evils of apartheid. Perhaps his resolute commitment to his ideals in the face of seemingly unsurmountable odds, his incredulous strength of character and integrity, and his affirmation of the narrative that indeed good can triumph over evil are why we admire and we revere him so. Madiba internalized the courage and determinations of his own people and gave the absolute best of himself to gift to South Africa its political freedom. But even having achieved the highest aspirations of humanity, the Madiba I know is a simple, grounded, and humble man. I want to share with you one of the moments where this humility expressed itself so genuinely. Madiba was attending the 75th birthday of his close friend and comrade, George Bezos. The event was a star-studded affair with anti-apartheid struggle heroes, VIPs from around the world in attendance. He was getting on in age by then and was not in a position to enjoy the festivities well into the night. So we agreed he would attend for a brief while and would then make our exit. We arrived to find an entourage of well-wishers welcoming him to the party. As guests greet him and as each of speakers took to the stage, they were singing his praises and bestowing upon him the most flattering of compliments. We were not in the room for more than 30 minutes, but each minute was filled with obvious displays of affection and love for him. With each accolade, he graciously smiled, nodded in appreciations, and thanked them for their kind words. As we leave and we are driving home and reflecting on the lovely evening, he turned to me and in genuine curiosity, he questioned, "Mom?" Because he used to call me Mom. He said, "Mom, don't you think these people are exaggerating? I'm not at all these things they are saying about me." His self-effacing disbelief made me chuckle, and I gently reassured him. And I said, "No, Papa, they're not exaggerating. Yes, you are indeed all these wonderful things they said tonight, because you represent the best of what so many of us aspire to be." He nodded in seeming agreement, but I could tell he did not fully believe me. You see, he was cognizant of the fact that he was a flawed human being and said in many occasions that he was not a saint. The stature to which he had risen and the symbol of virtue that he had become did not shake him into pompous arrogance. Despite his monumental achievement, his incredible influence and impact, and overwhelming fame and notoriety, the essence of who he was and his level of self-awareness had never been altered. His sober view of himself was that of, many times you'd say, "I am a country boy." Madiba was humble enough to recognize the limits of the achievements of his generation. He wisely wrote in his long work to freedom, and I quote, "The truth is that we are not yet free. We have merely achieved the freedom to be free, the right not to be oppressed. We have not taken the final step of our journey, but the first step on a longer and even more difficult road. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others, unquote. Madiba and his Madiba and his contemporaries laid a solid base for today's generation to now stand free and unconstrained in the continued long work for equality and prosperity for all. They provided the enabling environment for the youth of today to build on foundations of political emancipation and continue weaving a tapestry of their own historical imperative and the thread in social and economic freedom. His centenary gives us the opportunity space to remember how we can take inspiration from his life to bring us closer to the world where, and I quote again, we live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others, unquote. The youth of this country and this continent must follow in his footsteps, as the promises of social and economic justice are theirs to fulfill. As Madiba famously said on the occasion of his 90th birthday, I quote, "It is time for new hands to lift the burdens. It is in your hands now," unquote. Young and old alike, we all have the seeds of the Madiba magic within us to confront the challenges we are facing with along our own to freedom. We all have both the ability and the responsibility to touch the lives of those around us and uplift our communities. As we reflect on the previous 100 years, we also look with legitimate optimism to the next 100 years. It is not by chance that we have amongst us one of the finest global leaders of the 21st century here today to deliver the centennial Nelson Mandela Lecture, President Barack Obama. He is a youthful symbol of transformative leadership on his own right. He's one who has dutifully heeded Madiba's call and taken up firmly in his hands the hard work of leading by example. As the first African-American president, and I'm saying intentionally, first African-American president, Barack Obama stands on the shoulders of giants. He too was influenced by generations of greats who came before him. And to paraphrase the words of our revered Maya Angelou, I quote, "He came as one, but he sends as 10,000, unquote." So, today we are in the presence of two inspiring symbols. And while he came from different historical contexts and circumstances, Mandela and Obama are symbols of victory over adversity. We have before us a beautiful bridge between the best of leadership of the 20th century to the promise of what is emerging for the 21st century. And here, I want to take the pride as an African mother and grandmother. This beautiful bridge is built by men of African heritage. And this means the best of what we as Africans, we are offering to the world, that we can be the best of what humankind can find in situations of adversity, but lead for service. Rooted in the deep desire to elevate the human condition, both have been faithful to the dreams and aspirations of their people. They rose to global prominence fueled by their activism at grassroots, and they are loyal to the values and principles instilled in them by their communities, which molded their character and nurtured their inner strength. From the humbles of beginnings, they are representatives of the masses and reached the pinnacle of power and influence. But in doing so, they were able to elevate the rights and ambitions of the disenfranchised and the weak, of young and old, of both men and women, of black and white. And it took us as a human family to a space where we recognize our common humanity and we understand how inextricably connected we are as human race. In his foreword to Madiba's book, Conversations with Myself, President Obama writes of Mandela, I quote, "His example helped awaken me to the wider world and the obligations that we all have to stand up for what is right." Through his choices, Mandela made it clear that we did not have to accept the world as it is, that we could do our part to seek the world as it should be, unquote. We see how Madiba inspired a young Barack Obama to become an example of leadership for service. From activist and community mobilizer in his hometown, from his seats in the Senate and White House, and to now developing young leaders around the world through the Obama Foundation. I repeat, as the first democratically elected black president of South Africa, Madiba, and the first African American president of the United States, they both hold unique prominence in our consciousness. And for as groundbreaking and iconic as their places in history may be, there is a familiarity that connects us to them. As they emerged from ordinary circumstances, which are not foreign to many of us. A boy from village of Mvezo in the rural Eastern Cape and a community organizer on the south side of Chicago, they give hope and validation to millions of young people around the world who identify with these humble backgrounds. They are proof that condition is no limitation. Once Madiba was asked by one of the Mandela Rhodes scholars, and he asked, "What is your dream for this country and this continent?" And Madiba replied, my dream has started already. Here you are." To honor Madiba's legacy is to search and find in every one of us those values and strengths that enable us to go beyond ourselves, to embrace the bigger causes, to take risks, to make sacrifices for what is right, to be in service to others so that every single human being lives with dignity and in freedom. To celebrate Madiba is to nurture the future where young people who are working in the public and private sectors, within civil society and academia, and in the arts and athletics, in townships and villages, in refugee camps and favelas, in slums and suburbs, will have been inspired to seek the world as it should be and become the giants like those we are celebrating here and today. And on behalf and together with those young people I have just talked about, can we all please say, yes, we can. Again, yes, we can. Thank you.
It is my singular honor now to introduce two persons who really don't need any introduction to an audience such as this one. So my task is short and immensely pleasurable. Firstly, President Cyril Ramaphosa. He has been a leader in every sphere in which he has been active, from the university campus to the trade union movement, from the liberation movement to the private sector, from political party to government. It feels good once more to have in the highest office in the land a person who has earned our respect. The high regard Nelson Mandela had for him as a leader and as a colleague is well known, and the two had a long association. President Ramaphosa, thank you for agreeing to offer a few words of reflection before we move to the much anticipated lecture by President Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Dumelang. Sanbonani. Molweni. Absheni. Dimasiari. Goeiemiddag. Thank you very much. Program Director, Chairperson of the Nelson Mandela Foundation,
Professor Jabulo Ndebele, Mama Grasa Machel, the Mandela and the Machel families, President Barack Obama, King Zwelithini, the Elders Collective that was set up by Madiba, represented here by the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, the former President of Ireland, Mary Robinson, Mr. Brahimi, former Foreign Affairs Minister of Algeria, former President Kgalema Motlanthe, ministers of our government, Premier of Gauteng, David Makura, leaders of various political parties. I saw General Holomisa here, and leaders of non-governmental organizations, faith-based organization leaders. I saw Bishop Lekhanyane, the head of the Motsepe Foundation, Mr. Patrice Motsepe, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a real pleasure to be here for me to present President Barack Obama. South Africans, and indeed many other people around the world, are truly humbled and privileged to be participating in this celebration of the centenary of Nelson Mandela, the father of our democracy, and Mama Albertina Sisulu throughout the whole year. I'm sure that many of us who are gathered here will join me in saying that attending this Nelson Mandela annual lecture in the year of Nelson Mandela centenary is indeed a huge and a very rare privilege. But more importantly, it is because President Obama agreed to come that many of us are here today. We'd like to thank the Nelson Mandela Foundation for having extended this invitation to all of us to participate in this historic moment. From the very first lecture, this Nelson Mandela annual lecture has been global in its ambition. It has also been broad and inclusive in its outreach, and that is why there are so many of us here today, but many more of our people, South Africans, are watching this lecture live on television and listening on radio. So, President Obama, there are millions and millions of South Africans who will be listening to your message today, and we are truly privileged to have this opportunity to listen to you. Those invited to deliver the lecture in the past have included prominent leaders, thinkers, and activists from across the African continent and from across the world. The insights that they shared have reflected on what I would call the human condition, and they have, as they delivered the lectures, touched on issues of poverty, inequality, health, unemployment, and have sought in their lectures to describe the tasks that we must together undertake to advance the well-being of a global humanity. In this sense, the Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture is a fitting tribute to the life and the meaning of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, to the people of South Africa, the people of our beloved continent, and indeed the people of the world at large. This occasion gives us an opportunity to reflect on Nelson Mandela's life, a man we are all proud to call the founding father of our united, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic South Africa. The people of South Africa bestowed the title of the father of the nation on Madiba because his struggles and his sacrifices touched the lives of millions and will continue to inspire the generations that will follow. We honor and revere him because he lived his life in the full service of his people. He led us from the wilderness of conflict and oppression into the land of promise, of freedom, democracy, and equality. His vision, his values, and his influence are universal. They cross borders, they span continents, and also reach across time. As we celebrate the 100th anniversary of his birth, as we reflect on an extraordinary life, we are bound to acknowledge that the greatest trait of this son of the African soil was really his humanity. He is hailed as a global icon. He is memorialized as in towering statues in many parts of the world. His likeness adorns our national currency, yet his most enduring accomplishment was to teach us what it means to be a human. As South Africans, we are proud to say that he was one of us, that he was born of us, and he was formed by us, and was a product of us, his people. Yet we know that he belonged to the world. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela appealed beyond the boundaries of race, color, class, gender, or nationality, beyond differences of faith, creed, or affiliation. As a leader of his organization, the African National Congress, he ensured that his ANC became the leader of society as a servant of the people. He shared with us many of the same frailties and doubts, the same weaknesses and fears. Like us, he was not perfect. That is why he constantly sought his better self. This makes his life and his contribution all the more remarkable. He demonstrated with greater effect than most the extent of a human's capacity for love, for compassion, and forgiveness, for wisdom, humility, and understanding. Madiba challenged us to reach beyond our grasp to achieve what we thought impossible. He taught us to strive, to struggle, to serve, and to do so selflessly. Now, as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of his birth, we are called upon not only to uphold his values and to emulate his humility and his selflessness. We are called upon by Madiba to be active in the struggle for a better South Africa, a better Africa, and a better world. Madiba's enduring legacy is that he expects us to fight for the interests of the poor, the vulnerable, and the marginalized. We are called upon by Madiba to prosecute a progressive struggle against inequality, racial discrimination, ethnic chauvinism, and patriarchy. We are called upon by Madiba to join hands with like-minded people around the world to resist the domination of global affairs by the rich and the powerful. He calls upon us to heal our nation and to change the world. In the year of renewal, as our nation is filled with renewed hope with the future, I keep hearing Madiba's voice right into my ear, saying, I am sending you to serve the nation. So, fellow South Africans, the Tuma Mina message was inspired by none other than Madiba. Madiba's spirit is here today. He is sending all of us to deal with all the challenges we face, inequality, and yes, Madiba being the Madiba that we knew and loved, he's also sending all of us to deal with corruption and root it out of South African soil. It is therefore fitting that in this year of Madiba's centenary, the Nelson Mandela Foundation has invited President Barack Obama to deliver the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture. Many people around the world dream of being like Madiba. I have laid in my bed many a times and dreamt of being like Madiba. Many never see their dreams fulfilled. But President Barack Obama somehow found a way to beat many of us in being like Madiba. Like Madiba, he is a Nobel Peace Laureate. That's point number one. Like Madiba, he was the first African-American president to lead his nation. Like Madiba, he is an inspiration to all those who are working and seeking to create a better world. And like Madiba, he has an abiding love and commitment to empower young people. Much as there are many similarities, there is one area where President Obama cannot match Madiba. Unfortunately, he cannot dance as well as Madiba can dance. And in case you think, like a politician, I'm lying, I checked this out with him, and he confessed that, yes, he can do a little bit of a shake, but Michelle Obama is a better dancer than him. As South Africans, we celebrated President Obama's election as the 44th President of the United States, not merely because he was a son of this continent, but because he embodied many of the values and aspirations that defined our struggle for liberation. We recognize in him the qualities that we saw in great leaders like Nelson Mandela: humility, wisdom, compassion, as well as an extraordinary ability to inspire hope and to urge a nation to action. We saw a leader who had dedicated a remarkable political life to challenging prejudice and discrimination, to championing the cause of the poor and disenfranchised people and to pursuing justice and equality. In him, we found an American president concerned as much about the fate of humanity as the future of his own countrymen and women, a leader who recognized the indivisibility of the global community and who desired, like us, to forge a common future. In him, President Barack Obama, we found an ally, we found a friend, we found a kindred spirit, and we found a brother. It therefore gives me great pleasure to invite President Barack Obama to deliver the 16th Nelson Mandela Annual Lecture. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. To Mama Gracia, Michelle, members of the Mandela family, Michelle family, to President Ramaphosa, who you can see is inspiring new hope in this great country. Professor, Doctor, distinguished guests, to Mama Sisulu and the Sisulu family, to the people of South Africa, it is a singular honor for me to be here with all of you as we gather to celebrate the birth and life of one of history's true giants. Let me begin by a correction and a few confessions. The correction is that I am a very good dancer. I just want to be clear about that. Michelle is a little better. The confessions. Number one, I was not exactly invited to be here. I was ordered in a very nice way to be here by Gracia Michelle. Confession number two. I forgot my geography and the fact that right now it's winter in South Africa. I didn't bring a coat, and this morning I had to send somebody out to the mall because I am wearing long johns. I was born in Hawaii. Confession number three. When my staff told me that I was to deliver a lecture, I thought back to the stuffy old professors in bow ties and tweed, and I wondered if this was one more sign
of the stage of life that I'm entering, along with gray hair and slightly failing eyesight, I thought about the fact that my daughters think anything I tell them is a lecture. I thought about the American press and how they often got frustrated at my long-winded answers at press conferences when my responses didn't conform to 2-minute sound bites. But given the strange and uncertain times that we are in, and they are strange, and they are uncertain, with each day's news cycles bringing more head-spinning and disturbing headlines, I thought maybe it would be useful to step back for a moment and try to get some perspective. So I hope you'll indulge me, despite the slight chill, as I spend much of this lecture reflecting on where we've been and how we arrived at this present moment, in the hope that it will offer us a roadmap for where we need to go next. 100 years ago, Madiba was born in the village of let's see there, I always get that. I got to get my M's right when I'm in South Africa. Mvezo. I got it. Truthfully, it's because it's so cold, my lips stuck. So in his autobiography, he describes a happy childhood. He's looking after cattle, he's playing with the other boys, eventually attends a school where his teacher gave him the English name Nelson. And as many of you know, he's quoted saying, "Why she bestowed this particular name upon me, I have no idea. There was no reason to believe that a young black boy at this time, in this place, could in any way alter history." After all, South Africa was then less than a decade removed from full British control. Already laws were being codified to implement racial segregation and subjugation, the network of laws that would be known as apartheid. Most of Africa, including my father's homeland, was under colonial rule. The dominant European powers, having ended a horrific world war just a few months after Madiba's birth, viewed this continent and its people primarily as spoils in a contest for territory, and abundant natural resources, and cheap labor, inferiority of the black race, an indifference towards black culture and interests and aspirations was a given. And such a view of the world, that certain races, certain nations, certain groups were inherently superior, and that violence and coercion is the primary basis for governance, that the strong necessarily exploit the weak, that wealth is determined primarily by conquest. That view of the world was hardly confined to relations between Europe and Africa, or relations between whites and blacks. Whites were happy to exploit other whites when they could. And by the way, blacks were often willing to exploit other blacks. And around the globe, the majority of people lived at subsistence levels without a say in the politics or economic forces that determined their lives. Often they were subject to the whims and cruelties of distant leaders. The average person saw no possibility of advancing from the circumstances of their birth. Women were almost uniformly subordinate to men. Privilege and status was rigidly bound by caste and color and ethnicity and religion. And even in my own country, even in democracies like the United States, founded on a declaration that all men are created equal, racial segregation and systemic discrimination was the law in almost half the country and the norm throughout the rest of the country. That was the world just 100 years ago. There are people alive today who were alive in that world. It is hard then to overstate the remarkable transformations that have taken place since that time. A Second World War, even more terrible than the first, along with a cascade of liberation movements from Africa to Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, would finally bring an end to colonial rule. More and more peoples, having witnessed the horrors of totalitarianism, the repeated mass slaughters of the 20th century, began to embrace a new vision for humanity, a new idea, one based not only on the principle of national self-determination, but also on the principles of democracy and rule of law and civil rights and the inherent dignity of every single individual. In those nations with market-based economies, suddenly union movements developed, and health and safety and commercial regulations were instituted, and access to public education was expanded, and social welfare systems emerged, all with the aim of constraining the excesses of capitalism and enhancing its ability to provide opportunity not just to some but to all people. And the result was unmatched economic growth and a growth of a middle class. And in my own country, the moral force of the civil rights movement not only overthrew Jim Crow laws, but it opened up the floodgates for women and historically marginalized groups to reimagine themselves, to find their own voices, to make their own claims to full citizenship. It was in service of this long walk towards freedom and justice and equal opportunity that Nelson Mandela devoted his life. At the outset, his struggle was particular to this place, to his homeland. A fight to end apartheid. A fight to ensure lasting political and social and economic equality for its disenfranchised non-white citizens. But through a sacrifice and unwavering leadership, and perhaps most of all through his moral example, Mandela and the movement he led would come to signify something larger. He came to embody the universal aspirations of dispossessed people all around the world, their hopes for a better life, the possibility of a moral transformation in the conduct of human affairs. Madiba's light shone so brightly, even from that narrow Robben Island cell, that in the late 70s, he could inspire a young college student on the other side of the world to re-examine his own priorities, could make me consider the small role I might play in bending the arc of the world towards justice. And when later, as a law student, I witnessed Madiba emerge from prison just a few months, you'll recall, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, I felt the same wave of hope that washed through hearts all around the world. You remember that feeling? It seemed as if the forces of progress were on the march, that they were inexorable. Each step he took, you felt this is the moment when the old structures of violence and repression and ancient hatreds that had so long stunted people's lives and confined the human spirit, that all that was crumbling before our eyes. And then, as Madiba guided this nation through negotiation, painstakingly, reconciliation, its first fair and free elections, as we all witnessed the grace and the generosity with which he embraced former enemies, the wisdom for him to step away from power once he felt his job was complete. We understood that it was not just the subjugated, the oppressed who were being freed from the shackles of the past. The subjugator was being offered a gift, being given a chance to see in a new way, being given a chance to participate in the work of building a better world. Now, during the last decades of the 20th century, the progressive democratic vision that Nelson Mandela represented in many ways set the terms of the international political debate. It doesn't mean that vision was always victorious, but it set the terms, the parameters. It guided how we thought about the meaning of progress. And it continued to propel the world forward. Yes, there were still tragedies, bloody civil wars, from the Balkans to the Congo. Despite the fact that ethnic and sectarian strife still flared up with heartbreaking regularity. Despite all that, as a consequence of the continuation of nuclear detente, a peaceful and prosperous Japan and a unified Europe anchored in NATO, and the entry of China into the world's system of trade, all that greatly reduced the prospect of war between the world's great powers. And from Europe to Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia, dictatorships began to give way to democracies. The march was on. A respect for human rights and the rule of law, enumerated in a declaration by the United Nations, became the guiding norm for the majority of nations, even in places where the reality fell far short of the ideal. Even when those human rights were violated, those who violated human rights were on the defensive. And with these geopolitical changes came sweeping economic changes. The introduction of market-based principles in which previously closed economies, along with the forces of global integration powered by new technologies, suddenly unleashed entrepreneurial talents to those that once had been relegated to the periphery of the world economy, who hadn't counted. Suddenly they counted. They had some power. They had the possibilities of doing business. And then came scientific breakthroughs and new infrastructure and the reduction of armed conflicts. And suddenly 1 billion people were lifted out of poverty. And once starving nations were able to feed themselves. And infant mortality rates plummeted. And meanwhile, the spread of the internet made it possible for people to connect across oceans. And cultures and continents instantly were brought together. And potentially all the world's knowledge could be in the hands of a small child in even the most remote village. That's what happened just over the course of a few decades. And all that progress is real. It has been broad, and it has been deep. And it all happened in what, by the standards of human history, was nothing more than a blink of an eye. And now an entire generation has grown up in a world that, by most measures, has gotten steadily freer and healthier and wealthier and less violent and more tolerant during the course of their lifetimes. It should make us hopeful. But if we cannot deny the very real strides that our world has made since that moment when Madiba took those steps out of confinement, we also have to recognize all the ways that the international order has fallen short of its promise. In fact, it is in part because of the failures of governments and powerful elites to squarely address the shortcomings and contradictions of this international order that we now see much of the world threatening to return to an older, a more dangerous, a more brutal way of doing business. So we have to start by admitting that whatever laws may have existed on the books, whatever wonderful pronouncements existed in constitutions, whatever nice words were spoken during these last several decades at international conferences or in the halls of the United Nations, the previous structures of privilege and power and injustice and exploitation never completely went away. They were never fully dislodged. Caste differences still impact the life chances of people in the Indian subcontinent. Ethnic and religious differences still determine who gets opportunity from Central Europe to the Gulf. It is a plain fact that racial discrimination still exists in both the United States and South Africa. And it is also a fact that the accumulated disadvantages of years of institutionalized oppression have created yawning disparities in income and in wealth and in education and in health, in personal safety, and access to credit. Women and girls around the world continue to be blocked from positions of power and authority. They continue to be prevented from getting a basic education. They are disproportionately victimized by violence and abuse. They're still paid less than men for doing the same work. That's still happening. Economic opportunity, for all the magnificence of the global economy, all the shining skyscrapers that have transformed the landscape around the world. Entire neighborhoods, entire cities, entire regions, entire nations have been bypassed. In other words, for far too many people, the more things have changed, the more things stayed the same. And while globalization and technology have opened up new opportunities, have driven remarkable economic growth in previously struggling parts of the world, globalization has also upended the agricultural and manufacturing sectors in many countries, has also greatly reduced the demand for certain workers, has helped weaken unions and laborers' bargaining power. It's made it easier for capital to avoid tax laws and the regulations of nation states. Can just move billions, trillions of dollars with a tap of a computer key. And the result of all these trends has been an explosion in economic inequality. It's meant that a few dozen individuals control the same amount of wealth as the poorest half of humanity. That's not an exaggeration, that's a statistic. Think about that. In many middle-income and developing countries, new wealth has just tracked the old bad deal that people got because it reinforced or even compounded existing patterns of inequality. The only difference is it created even greater opportunities for corruption on an epic scale. And for once solidly middle-class families in advanced economies like the United States, these trends have meant greater economic insecurity, especially for those who don't have specialized skills, people who were in manufacturing, people working in factories, people working on farms. In every country, just about, the disproportionate economic clout of those at the top has provided these individuals with wildly disproportionate influence on their country's political life and on its media, on what policies are pursued and whose interests end up being ignored. Now, it should be noted that this new international elite, the professional class that supports them, differs in important respects from the ruling aristocracies of old. It includes many who are self-made. It includes champions of meritocracy. And although still mostly white and male, as a group, they reflect a diversity of nationalities and ethnicities that would have not existed 100 years ago. A decent percentage consider themselves liberal in their politics, modern and cosmopolitan in their outlook, unburdened by parochialism or nationalism or overt racial prejudice or strong religious sentiment. They are equally comfortable in New York or London or Shanghai or Nairobi or Buenos Aires or Johannesburg. Many are sincere and effective in their philanthropy. Some of them count Nelson Mandela among their heroes. Some even supported Barack Obama for the presidency of the United States. And by virtue of my status as a former head of state, some of them consider me as an honorary member of the club. You know, I get invited to these fancy things, you know. They'll fly me out. But what's nevertheless true is that in their business dealings, many titans of industry and finance are increasingly detached from any single locale or nation state. They live lives more and more insulated from the struggles of ordinary people in their countries of origin. And their decisions to shut down a manufacturing plant or to try to minimize their tax bill by shifting profits to a tax haven with the help of high-priced accountants or lawyers, or their decision to take advantage of lower-cost immigrant labor, or their decision to pay a bribe, are often done without malice. It's just a rational response they consider to the demands of their balance sheets and their shareholders and competitive pressures. But too often these decisions are also made without reference to notions of human solidarity or a ground-level understanding of the consequences that will be felt by particular people in particular communities by the decisions that they're made. And from their boardrooms or retreats, global decision makers don't get a chance to see sometimes the pain in the faces of laid-off workers. Their kids don't suffer when cuts in public education and health care result as a consequence of a reduced tax base because of tax avoidance. They can't hear the resentment of an older tradesman when he complains that a newcomer doesn't speak his language on a job site when he once worked. They're less subject to the discomfort and the displacement that some of their countrymen may feel as globalization scrambles not only existing economic arrangements, but traditional social and religious mores. Which is why, at the end of the 20th century, while some Western commentators were declaring the end of history and the inevitable triumph of liberal democracy and the virtues of the global supply chain, so many missed signs of a brewing backlash. A backlash that arrived in so many forms. It announced itself most violently with 9/11 and the emergence of transnational terrorist networks, fueled by an ideology that perverted one of the world's great religions and asserted a struggle not just between Islam and the West, but between Islam and modernity. And an ill-advised U.S. invasion of Iraq didn't help, accelerating a sectarian conflict. Russia, already humiliated by its reduced influence since the collapse of the Soviet Union, feeling threatened by democratic movements along its borders, suddenly started reasserting authoritarian control, and in some cases meddling with its neighbors. China, emboldened by its economic success, started bristling against criticism of its human rights record. It framed the promotion of universal values as nothing more than foreign meddling, imperialism under a new name. Within the United States, within the European Union, challenges to globalization first came from the left, but then came more forcefully from the right. As you started seeing populist movements, which, by the way, are often cynically funded by right-wing billionaires intent on reducing government constraints on their business interests, these movements tapped the unease that was felt by many people who lived outside of the urban cores, fears that economic security was slipping away, that their social status and privileges were eroding, that their cultural identities were being threatened by outsiders, somebody that didn't look like them or sound like them or pray as they did. And perhaps more than anything else, the devastating impact of the 2008 financial crisis, in which the reckless behavior of financial elites resulted in years of hardship for ordinary people all around the world, made all the previous assurances of experts ring hollow. All those assurances that somehow financial regulators knew what they were doing, that somebody was minding the store, that global economic integration was an unadulterated good. Because of the actions taken by governments during and after that crisis, including, I should add, by aggressive steps by my administration, the global economy has now returned to healthy growth. But the credibility of the international system, the faith in experts in places like Washington or Brussels, all that had taken a blow. And a politics of fear and resentment and retrenchment began to appear. And that kind of politics is now on the move. It's on a move at a pace that would have seemed unimaginable just a few years ago. I am not being alarmist, I am simply stating the facts. Look around. Strongman politics are ascendant suddenly, whereby elections and some pretense of democracy are maintained, the form of it, but those in power seek to undermine every institution or norm that gives democracy meaning. In the West, you've got far-right parties that oftentimes are based not just on platforms of protectionism and closed borders, but also on barely hidden racial nationalism. Many developing countries now are looking at China's model of authoritarian control combined with mercantilist capitalism as preferable to the messiness of democracy. Who needs free speech as long as the economy is going good? The free press is under attack. Censorship and state control of media is on the rise. Social media, once seen as a mechanism to promote knowledge and understanding and solidarity, has proved to be just as effective promoting hatred and paranoia and propaganda and conspiracy theories. So, on Madiba's 100th birthday, we now stand at a crossroads. A moment in time at which two very different visions of humanity's future compete for the hearts and the minds of citizens around the world. Two different stories, two different narratives about who we are and who we should be. How should we respond? Should we see that wave of hope that we felt with Madiba's release from prison, from the Berlin Wall coming down? Should we see that hope that we had as naive and misguided? Should we understand the last 25 years of global integration as nothing more than a detour from the previous inevitable cycle of history where might makes right and politics is a hostile competition between tribes and races and religions, and nations compete in a zero-sum game, constantly teetering on the edge of conflict until full-blown war breaks out? Is that what we think? Let me tell you what I believe. I believe in Nelson Mandela's vision. I believe in a vision shared by Gandhi and King and Abraham Lincoln. I believe in a vision of equality and justice and freedom and multiracial democracy built on the premise that all people are created equal and they're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. And I believe that a world governed by such principles is possible and that it can achieve more peace and more cooperation in pursuit of a common good. That's what I believe. And I believe we have no choice but to move forward. That those of us who believe in democracy and civil rights and a common humanity have a better story to tell. And I believe this not just based on sentiment. I believe it based on hard evidence. The fact that the world's most prosperous and successful societies, the ones with the highest living standards and the highest levels of satisfaction among their people, happen to be those which have most closely approximated the liberal progressive ideal that we talk about and have nurtured the talents and contributions of all their citizens. The fact that authoritarian governments have been shown time and time again to breed corruption because they're not accountable, to repress their people, to lose touch eventually with reality, to engage in bigger and bigger lies that ultimately result in economic and political and cultural and scientific stagnation. Look at history. Look at the facts. The fact that countries which rely on rabid nationalism and xenophobia and doctrines of tribal, racial, or religious superiority as their main organizing principle, the thing that holds people together, eventually those countries find themselves consumed by civil war or external war. Check the history books. The fact that technology cannot be put back in a bottle. So we're stuck with the fact that we now live close together and populations are going to be moving. And environmental challenges are not going to go away on their own. So that the only way to effectively address problems like climate change or mass migration or pandemic disease will be to develop systems for more international cooperation, not less. We have a better story to tell. But to say that our vision for the future is better is not to say that it will inevitably win. Because history also shows the power of fear. History shows the lasting hold of greed and the desire to dominate others in the minds of men, especially men. History shows how easily people can be convinced to turn on those who look different or worship God in a different way. So if we're truly to continue Madiba's long walk towards freedom, we're going to have to work harder, and we're going to have to be smarter. We're going to have to learn from the mistakes of the recent past. And so, in the brief time remaining, let me just suggest a few guideposts for the road ahead. Guideposts that draw from Madiba's work, his words, the lessons of his life. First, Madiba shows those of us who believe in freedom and democracy, we are going to have to fight harder to reduce inequality and promote lasting economic opportunity for all people. Now, I don't believe in economic determinism. Human beings don't live on bread alone. But they need bread. And history shows that societies which tolerate vast differences in wealth feed resentments and reduce solidarity and actually grow more slowly. And that once people achieve more than mere subsistence, then they're measuring their well-being by how they compare to their neighbors and whether their children can expect to live a better life. And when economic power is concentrated in the hands of the few, history also shows that political power is sure to follow, and that dynamic eats away at democracy. Sometimes it may be straight-out corruption, but sometimes it may not involve the exchange of money. It's just folks who are that wealthy get what they want, and it undermines human freedom. And Madiba understood this. This is not new. He warned us about this. He said, where globalization means, as it so often does, that the rich and the powerful now have new means to further enrich and empower themselves at the cost of the poor and the weaker, then we have a responsibility to protest in the name of universal freedom. That's what he said. So if we are serious about universal freedom today, if we care about social justice today, then we have a responsibility to do something about it. And I would respectfully amend what Madiba said. I don't do it often, but I'd say it's not enough for us to protest. We're going to have to build. We're going to have to innovate. We're going to have to figure out how do we close this widening chasm of wealth and opportunity, both within countries and between them. And how we achieve this is going to vary country to country. And I know your new president is committed to rolling up his sleeves and trying to do so. But we can learn from the last 70 years that it will not involve unregulated, unbridled, unethical capitalism. It also won't involve old-style command and control socialism from the top. That was tried. It didn't work very well. For almost all countries, progress is going to depend on an inclusive market-based system, one that offers education for every child, that protects collective bargaining and secures the rights of every worker, that breaks up monopolies to encourage competition in small and medium-sized businesses, and has laws that root out corruption and ensures fair dealing in business, that maintains some form of progressive taxation so that rich people are still rich, but they're given a little bit back to make sure that everybody else has something to pay for universal health care and retirement security, and invests in infrastructure and scientific research that builds platforms for innovation. I should add, by the way, right now I'm actually surprised by how much money I got. And let me tell you something. I don't have half as much as most of these folks, or a tenth or 100th. There's only so much you can eat. There's only so big a house you can have. There's only so many nice trips you can take. I mean, it's enough. You don't have to take a vow of poverty just to say, well, let me help out a few of the other folks. Let me look at that child out there who doesn't have enough to eat or needs some school fees. Let me help him out. I'll pay a little more in taxes. It's okay. I can afford it. I mean, it shows a poverty of ambition to just want to take more and more and more. Instead of saying, wow, I've got so much, who can I help? How can I give more and more and more? That's ambition. That's impact. That's influence. What an amazing gift to be able to help people, not just yourself. Where was I? I ad-libbed. You get the point. It involves promoting an inclusive capitalism, both within nations and between nations. And as we pursue, for example, sustainable development goals, we have to get past the charity mindset. We've got to bring more resources to the forgotten pockets of the world through investment and entrepreneurship, because there is talent everywhere in the world if given an opportunity. When it comes to the international system of commerce and trade, it's legitimate for poorer countries to continue to seek access to wealthier markets. And by the way, wealthier markets, that's not the big problem that you're having. A small African country is sending you tea and flowers. That's not your biggest economic challenge. It's also proper for advanced economies like the United States to insist on reciprocity from nations like China that are no longer solely poor countries, to make sure that they're providing access to their markets and that they stop taking intellectual property and hacking our servers. But even as there are discussions to be had around trade and commerce, it's important to recognize this reality. While the outsourcing of jobs from north to south, from east to west, while a lot of that was a dominant trend in the late 20th century, the biggest challenge to workers in countries like mine today is technology. And the biggest challenge for your new president, when we think about how we're going to employ more people here, is going to be also technology, because artificial intelligence is here and it is accelerating. And you're going to have driverless cars, and you're going to have more and more automated services. And that's going to make the job of giving everybody work that is meaningful tougher. And we're going to have to be more imaginative. And the pace of change is going to require us to do more fundamental reimagining of our social and political arrangements to protect the economic security and the dignity that comes with a job. It's not just money that a job provides. It provides dignity and structure and a sense of place and a sense of purpose. And so we're going to have to consider new ways of thinking about these problems, like a universal income, review of our work week, how we retrain our young people, how we make everybody an entrepreneur at some level. But we're going to have to worry about economics if we want to get democracy back on track. Second, Madiba teaches us that some principles really are universal. And the most important one is the principle that we are bound together by a common humanity and that each individual has inherent dignity and worth. Now, it's surprising that we have to affirm this truth today. More than a quarter century after Madiba walked out of prison, I still have to stand here at a lecture and devote some time to saying that black people and white people and Asian people and Latin American people and women and men and gays and straights, that we are all human, that our differences are superficial, and that we should treat each other with care and respect. I would have thought we would have figured that out by now. I thought that basic notion was well established. But it turns out, as we're seeing in this recent drift into reactionary politics, that the struggle for basic justice is never truly finished. So we've got to constantly be on the lookout and fight for people who seek to elevate themselves by putting somebody else down. And by the way, we also have to actively resist. This is important, particularly in some countries in Africa, like my own, father's homeland. I've made this point before. We have to resist the notion that basic human rights like freedom to dissent or the right of women to fully participate in the society or the rights of minorities to equal treatment or the rights of people not to be beat up and jailed because of their sexual orientation. We have to be careful not to say that somehow, well, that doesn't apply to us, that those are Western ideas rather than universal imperatives. Again, Madiba, he anticipated things. He knew what he was talking about. In 1964, before he received the sentence that condemned him to die in prison, he explained from the dock that the Magna Carta, the Petition of Rights, the Bill of Rights are documents which are held in veneration by Democrats throughout the world. In other words, he didn't say, well, those folks weren't written by South Africans, so I guess I can't claim them. No, he said that's part of my inheritance. That's part of the human inheritance. That applies here in this country, to me and to you. And that's part of what gave him the moral authority that the apartheid regime could never claim, because he was more familiar with their best values than they were. He had read their documents more carefully than they had. And he went on to say political division based on color is entirely artificial. And when it disappears, so will the domination of one color group by another. That's Nelson Mandela speaking in 1964 when I was 3 years old. What was true then remains true today. Basic truths do not change. It is a truth that can be embraced by the English and by the Indian, and by the Mexican, and by the Bantu, and by the Luo, and by the American. It is a truth that lies at the heart of every world religion, that we should do unto others as we'd have them do unto us. That we see ourselves in other people, that we can recognize common hopes and common dreams. And it is a truth that is incompatible with any form of discrimination based on race or religion or gender or sexual orientation. And it is a truth that, by the way, when embraced, actually delivers practical benefits, since it ensures that a society can draw upon the talents and energy and skill of all its people. And if you doubt that, just ask the French football team that just won the World Cup. Because not all of those folks,
Not all of those folks look like Gauls to me, but they're French. They're French. Now, embracing our common humanity does not mean that we have to abandon our unique ethnic and national and religious identities. Madiba never stopped being proud of his tribal heritage. He didn't stop being proud of being a black man and being a South African. But he believed, as I believe, that you can be proud of your heritage without denigrating those of a different heritage. In fact, you dishonor your heritage. It would make me think that you're a little insecure about your heritage if you got to put somebody else's heritage down. Yeah, that's right. Don't you get a sense sometimes, again, I'm ad-libbing here, that these people who are so intent on putting people down and puffing themselves up that they're small-hearted. That there's something they're just afraid of. Madiba knew that we cannot claim justice for ourselves when it's only reserved for some. Madiba understood that we can't say we've got a just society simply because we replaced the color of the person on top of an unjust system. So the person looks like us, even though they're doing the same stuff, and somehow now we've got justice. That doesn't work. It's not justice if now you're on top, so I'm going to do the same thing that those folks were doing to me. Now I'm going to do it to you. That's not justice. I detest racialism, he said, whether it comes from a black man or a white man. Now we have to acknowledge that there is disorientation that comes from rapid change and modernization, and the fact that the world has shrunk. And we're going to have to find ways to lessen the fears of those who feel threatened. In the West's current debate around immigration, for example, it's not wrong to insist that national borders matter. That's, whether you're a citizen or not is going to matter to a government, that laws need to be followed, that in the public realm, newcomers should make an effort to adapt to the language and customs of their new home. Those are legitimate things, and we have to be able to engage people who do feel as if things are not orderly. But that can't be an excuse for immigration policies based on race or ethnicity or religion. There's got to be some consistency, and we can enforce the law while respecting the essential humanity of those who are striving for a better life. For a mother with a child in her arms, we can recognize that could be somebody in our family. That could be my child. Third, Madiba reminds us that democracy is about more than just elections. You know, when he was freed from prison, Madiba's popularity, well, you couldn't even measure it. He could have been president for life. Am I wrong? Who was going to run against him? I mean, Ramaphosa was popular, but come on. Plus, he was too young. Had he chose, Madiba could have governed by executive fiat, unconstrained by checks and balances. But instead, he helped guide South Africa through the drafting of a new constitution, drawing from all the institutional practices and democratic ideals that have proven to be most sturdy, mindful of the fact that no single individual possesses a monopoly on wisdom. No individual, not Mandela, not Obama, are entirely immune to the corrupting influences of absolute power if you can do whatever you want. And everyone's too afraid to tell you when you're making a mistake. No one's immune from the dangers of that. Mandela understood this. He said democracy is based on the majority principle. This is especially true in a country such as ours, where the vast majority have been systematically denied their rights. At the same time, democracy also requires the rights of political and other minorities be safeguarded. He understood it's not just about who has the most votes, it's also about the civic culture that we build that makes democracy work. So we have to stop pretending that countries that just hold an election where sometimes the winner somehow magically gets 90% of the vote because all the opposition is locked up or can't get on TV is a democracy. Democracy depends on strong institutions, and it's about minority rights and checks and balances and freedom of speech and freedom of expression and a free press and the right to protest and petition the government and an independent judiciary and everybody having to follow the law. And yes, democracy can be messy and it can be slow and it can be frustrating. I know, I promise. But the efficiency that's offered by an autocrat, that's a false promise. Don't take that one, because it leads invariably to more consolidation of wealth at the top and power at the top. And it makes it easier to conceal corruption and abuse. For all its imperfections, real democracy best upholds the idea that government exists to serve the individual and not the other way around. And it is the only form of government that has the possibility of making that idea real. So for those of us who are interested in strengthening democracy, it's time for us to stop paying all of our attention to the world's capitals and the centers of power and to start focusing more on the grassroots, because that's where democratic legitimacy comes from, not from the top down, not from abstract theories, not just from experts, but from the bottom up, knowing the lives of those who are struggling. As a community organizer, I learned as much from a laid-off steel worker in Chicago or a single mom in a poor neighborhood that I visited as I learned from the finest economists in the Oval Office. Democracy means being in touch and in tune with life as it's lived in our communities. And that's what we should expect from our leaders. And it depends upon cultivating leaders at the grassroots who can help bring about change and implement it on the ground and can tell leaders in fancy buildings, this isn't working down here. And to make democracy work, Madiba shows us that we also have to keep teaching our children and ourselves, and this is really hard, to engage with people not only who look different, but who hold different views. This is hard. Most of us prefer to surround ourselves with opinions that validate what we already believe. You notice the people who you think are smart are the people who agree with you. Funny how that works. But democracy demands that we're able also to get inside the reality of people who are different than us, so we can understand their point of view. Maybe we can change their minds, but maybe they'll change ours. And you can't do this if you just out of hand disregard what your opponents have to say from the start. And you can't do it if you insist that those who aren't like you, because they're white or because they're male, that somehow there's no way they can understand what I'm feeling, that somehow they lack standing to speak on certain matters. Madiba, he lived this complexity. In prison, he studied Afrikaans so that he could better understand the people who were jailing him. And when he got out of prison, he extended a hand to those who had jailed him, because he knew that they had to be a part of the democratic South Africa that he wanted to build. To make peace with an enemy, he wrote, one must work with that enemy, and that enemy becomes one's partner. So those who traffic in absolutes when it comes to policy, whether it's on the left or the right, they make democracy unworkable. You can't expect to get 100% of what you want all the time. Sometimes you have to compromise. That doesn't mean abandoning your principles, but instead it means holding on to those principles and then having the confidence that they're going to stand up to a serious democratic debate. That's how America's founders intended our system to work. That through the testing of ideas and the application of reason and proof, it would be possible to arrive at a basis for common ground. And I should add, for this to work, we have to actually believe in an objective reality. This is another one of these things that I didn't think I had to lecture about. You have to believe in facts. Without facts, there's no basis for cooperation. If I say this is a podium and you say this is an elephant, it's going to be hard for us to cooperate. I can find common ground for those who oppose the Paris Accords. Because, for example, they might say, well, it's not going to work. You can't get everybody to cooperate. Or they might say, it's more important for us to provide cheap energy for the poor, even if it means in the short term that there's more pollution. At least I can have a debate with them about that. And I can show them why I think clean energy is the better path, especially for poor countries, that you can leapfrog old technologies. I can't find common ground if somebody says climate change is just not happening, when almost all the world's scientists tell us it is. I don't know where to start talking to you about this. If you start saying it's an elaborate hoax, I don't know what to... Where do we start? Unfortunately, too much of politics today seems to reject the very concept of objective truth. People just make stuff up. They just make stuff up. We see it in the growth of state-sponsored propaganda. We see it in internet-driven fabrications. We see it in the blurring of lines between news and entertainment. We see the utter loss of shame among political leaders where they're caught in a lie and they just double down and they lie some more. It used to, look, let me say, politicians have always lied, but it used to be if you caught them lying, they'd be like, oh man. Now they just keep on lying. They just... I mean, this is, by the way, this is what I think Mama Gracia was talking about in terms of maybe some sense of humility that Madiba felt. Like, sometimes just basic stuff. Me just not completely lying to people, I think it's pretty basic. I don't think myself a great leader just because I don't just completely make stuff up. I mean, you'd think that was kind of just a baseline. Anyway, we see it in the promotion of anti-intellectualism and the rejection of science from leaders who find critical thinking and analysis and data somehow politically inconvenient. And as with the denial of rights, the denial of facts runs counter to democracy. It could be its undoing, which is why we have to zealously protect independent media. And we have to guard against the tendency for social media to become purely a platform for spectacle and outrage and disinformation. And we have to insist that our schools teach critical thinking to our young people, not just blind obedience. Which I'm sure you are thankful for leads me to my final point. We have to follow Madiba's example of persistence and of hope. It's tempting right now to give in to cynicism, to believe that recent shifts in global politics are too powerful to push back, that the pendulum has swung permanently. And just as people saw the triumph of democracy in the 90s, now you're hearing people talk about the end of democracy and the triumph of tribalism and the strong man. We have to resist that cynicism. Because we've been through darker times. We've been in lower valleys. Yes, by the end of his life, Madiba embodied the successful struggle for human rights. But that journey was not easy. It wasn't preordained. The man went to prison for almost 3 decades. He split limestone in the heat. He slept in a small cell and was repeatedly put in solitary confinement. And I remember talking to some of his former colleagues saying how they hadn't realized when they were released just the sight of a child, the idea of holding a child, they had missed. It wasn't something available to them for decades. And yet somehow his power actually grew during those years. And the power of his jailers diminished because he knew that if you stick to what's true, if you know what's in your heart and you're willing to sacrifice for it, even in the face of overwhelming odds, then it might not happen tomorrow. It might not happen next week. It might not even happen in your lifetime. Things may go backwards for a while, but ultimately, right makes might. Not the other way around. Ultimately, the better story can win out. And as strong as Madiba's spirit may have been, he would not have sustained that hope had he been alone in the struggle. Part of what buoyed him up was he knew that each year the ranks of freedom fighters were replenishing. Young men and women here in South Africa, in the ANC and beyond, but also black and white and Indian, from across the countryside, across the continent, around the world, who in those most difficult days would keep working on behalf of his vision. And that's what we need right now. We don't just need one leader. We don't just need one inspiration. What we badly need right now is that collective spirit. And I know that those young people, those hope carriers, are gathering around the world. Because history shows that whenever progress is threatened and the things we care about most are in question, we should heed the words of Robert Kennedy, who spoke here in South Africa. He said, "Our answer is the world's hope. It is to rely on youth. It's to rely on the spirit of the young." So young people who are in the audience, who are listening, my message to you is simple. Keep believing. Keep marching. Keep building. Keep raising your voice. Every generation has the opportunity to remake the world. Mandela said, "Young people are capable, when aroused, of bringing down the towers of oppression and raising the banners of freedom." Now's a good time to be aroused. Now's a good time to be fired up. And for those of us who care about the legacy that we honor here today, about equality and dignity and democracy and solidarity and kindness, those of us who remain young at heart, if not in body, we have an obligation to help our youth succeed. Some of you know here in South Africa, my foundation's been convening over the last few days 200 young people from across this continent who are doing the hard work of making change in their communities, who reflect Madiba's values, who are poised to lead the way. People like Abbas Mpindi, a journalist from Uganda who founded the Media Challenge Initiative to help other young people get the training they need to tell the stories that the world needs to know. People like Karen Wakoli, who's an entrepreneur from Kenya and founded the Emerging Leaders Foundation to get young people involved in the work of fighting poverty and promoting human dignity. People like Enoch Nulanga, who directs the African Children's Mission, which helps children in Uganda and Kenya get the education that they need, and then in his spare time, Enoch advocates for the rights of children and founded an organization called Lead Minds Africa, which does exactly what it says. You meet these people, you talk to them, they will give you hope. They are taking the baton. They know they can't just rest on the accomplishments of the past, even the accomplishments of those as momentous as Nelson Mandela's. They stand on the shoulders of those who came before, including that young black boy born 100 years ago. But they know that it is now their turn to do the work. Madiba reminds us that no one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate. And if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart. Love comes more naturally to the human heart. Let's remember that truth. Let's see it as our North Star. Let's be joyful in our struggle to make that truth manifest here on earth, so that 100 years from now, future generations will look back and say, they kept the march going. That's why we live under new banners of freedom. Thank you very much, South Africa. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have our seats. President Obama, it is a work of dreams to speak after you. And as you said in your own speech, a vision come manifest for all the little girls and the little boys who are sitting in this audience today. They are here, they are wearing their school uniforms, they are from all over the country, and they have solely come to hear from you what it is that they can do to make the world that you dream of a possibility. When my father introduced me to your campaign, I was only 14 years old, and I barely understood what it meant to unite people around a politics of purpose. The purpose that you have been given to rebuild in moments of crisis. President Ramaphosa, the purpose that you have been given to rebuild a country that is struggling economically, to make freedom something that is a living reality for all South Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, our own purpose to make this country work for all those who live in it. And when we say make it work for people who live in it, we don't mean idealizing our freedom, because we can lose it. The maintenance of our freedom requires us to take responsibility. And Mandela himself said in Long Walk to Freedom, I quote, "I have discovered the secret that after climbing a great hill, one only finds, that there are many more hills to climb. I have taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back on the distance I have come, but I can only rest for a moment. For with freedom comes responsibilities, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not ended." May we learn from Madiba to be inspired by the gains that we have made as a country and as a globe to move forward and achieve more towards the entrenchment of justice, of dignity, and of freedom. Amandla!